Discussion. For item A, Dr. McDuffie will share.
Thank you, President Cordero. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Isaac Lee, Elementary Assistant Principal. The roll call vote was unanimous.
And for items B and C regarding negotiations with both CSEA and SMEA, information was shared, no decisions made. Our interpreters tonight are Cesar Ruiz and Sandra Carranza. And our greeting and support is being provided by Angie Alfaro and Nishali Santiago. Our Pledge of Allegiance this evening will be led by the Student Leader Advisory Team, led by Ms. Stanley.
Good evening. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. The right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Stanley, would you like to continue with your student leadership team? Student Leader Advisory Team, excuse me.
Good evening, Board of Education, President Cordero, Dr. McDuffie, and members of Cabinet. I'd like to open this evening. This is our last time we're going to stand before you with members of our Student Leader and Advisory Team. This has been one of the most remarkable years. We've seen so much growth. We've had so many guests that have inspired and taught these students so much about being a leader, and we're just really excited for our 8th graders to join the high school district to see what they will do there, and we're excited for our 6th graders to move on to our junior high campuses and to do amazing things on those campuses. Please know this is a very intimidating size of a crowd to speak before, so I just have to give my complete respect and commendation to these students who are standing up here before this crowd to speak. It takes quite a lot of courage, so I'm going to stand here right with them to support them. Thank you.
Speak as though we are your family.
Hi, my name is Damien Magana. I'm an 8th grader at Tommy Coombs Junior High. One thing you might not know about me is I played many sports, such as baseball, basketball, and volleyball. As a student leader, I am working on my leadership skill of communicating effectively with others in my group. When I first joined the student leadership team, I used to be shy and a little nervous. I am now learning how to be more communicative and vocal with others while working with them in a group. In my community, I am part of a recreational baseball league. I see myself being a leader to my team by encouraging others and guiding them when they need help. Some challenges I might face include people not listening to me because they are too bummed out that they made a bad play. I can overcome this challenge by giving them advice and being positive with them. Finally, I would like to thank my parents for always being there for me and encouraging me to do things. I would also like to thank all of the staff members at the student leader forums because they are nice and they all have a positive influence on me and many others. To end it off, I would like to thank all of the board members for listening to my speech and taking their time to be here.
Hello, my name is Ashley Peña Cuellar. I am a sixth grader at Taylor Ida Redmond Elementary. Something unique about me is that I really enjoy singing Spanish. At Taylor, I love how there's always a teacher there to help you whenever you need a little motivation. One change I would love to see is more sports and clubs open up during lunchtime and after school at Taylor. For example, students at my school would love to have a basketball team to learn how to play in a team. If we bring basketball to elementary schools, students would have more options for sports. When I first started going to the district office, I felt really nervous to present in front of others, but after practicing the skill, I was able to open up and lose most of my fear of public speaking. I had a real world opportunity to practice my leadership skills when I had to present my service project to all the fourth throughout sixth grade classes in my school. My service project really helped me overcome my public fear of speaking. In the future, I would love to participate more in service projects to help inform students about other topics. Board members and Dr. McDuffie, please continue supporting this leadership program so others can practice public speaking and learn leadership skills because it really helped me overcome my fears of public speaking. And I feel like other students would also benefit from this program. Thank you for having me today and have an amazing rest of your day.
Hello, board members. My name is Gal Miranda, and I am an eighth grader at Ariana Junior High. Something about me is that I play club soccer for a team named Surf, and I travel around the state of California and have played teams out of state. I also have a dog named Teddy that just turned 1 year old and had a birthday party. Before becoming a student leader, I was really shy around other students and always preferred to work alone on projects and activities. But the more I am around the other student leaders, the more I could trust them and work as a team. As I enter high school next year, I'm going to be more confident working with other students on projects and activities and playing sports as a team with other students.
Thank you again for this opportunity. I hope you enjoyed listening to the journey that our student leaders have had this year. And I believe we have shared with you their showcases this Friday from 11 to 12 here in the building. And we've invited their parents, their administrators, and we're really excited for them to put on a show on Friday and share all that they've learned. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Danley. Your students, as they have joined us intermittently throughout the school year, have been amazing. And the growth, as the months go by, the more confident they have become and more well-spoken. But the one thing that I truly hope that they take from this experience and put into practice is understanding how they can use their voice to influence others and to share their opinions and to work toward not only their own goals, but to encourage others to set goals and work toward getting them. That is what it takes to be successful. It doesn't happen like that. So I'm looking forward to seeing all of the displays on Friday. And thank you, Mrs. Danley, for the work that you do to providing them speakers and opportunities and conversations that have helped them to develop their leadership skills. Mr. Valencia.
Students, before you all leave, something that I like to ask our student leaders is, what would you like us to continue doing as a district? What would you like us to stop doing? And what would you like us to start doing? So continue, stop, start.
Something I think you guys should keep is the student leader program. What was the second question?
What should they change?
In my opinion, I think the district should change the rules around cell phone use because people try to hide it and become more distracted.
Another change?
One more thing we should change is add more sports to junior high, like flag football and others after school.
Thank you very much. Nice job.
Yeah, do you want to just reread it?
It doesn't have to be dependent on your notes, right? It could be, you know, just your own opinion as a student leader, right? What are some of the conversations that your peers are having?
Something I think we should continue doing is motivating kids to do sports and be active. Something I think we should start doing are adding even more clubs and more varieties. Something I think we should stop doing are state testing.
And I know Ashley mentioned hers in her speech, so
All right.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Mrs. Danley, for your hard work and the hard work of your students. Moving on to item E, we have recognition for some of our athletic groups that Ms. Clark has overseen over the course of this year, and I see both she and Mrs. Grock heading toward the microphone. Good evening.
Good evening, and thank you for having us. I'm going to turn it over immediately to Marisha Ray Clark, but before I do that, I do have to say she's done an amazing job this year. She is our PE Health TOSA, and I sort of strong-armed her into believing that elementary sport lead was part of her job. And so she's done an amazing job. She has great plans for expansion, and so it is a pleasure to welcome Ms. Ray Clark to the podium.
Ms. Cordero. Mrs. Scott, can we officially just start calling her the commissioner?
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to honor our elementary sports teams tonight. First up is elementary volleyball. This year, we were able to utilize our junior high gyms, which gave our elementary students a great opportunity to get familiar with future campuses. And I just want to say a huge thank you to those campuses who did allow us to host. Their support and their help was really invaluable in implementing a new facility for us. This season, we had 15 teams participating, each playing 6 regular season matches before heading into an exciting playoff. The championship game was an exciting showdown between the #1 ranked Ontiveros Condors and the #2 ranked Sanchez Lions. After a hard-fought match, the Condors emerged victorious. The Condors finished the season 9-0, the only team undefeated all season long. Please join us in congratulating our 24-25 elementary volleyball champions, the Ontiveros Condors, John Axel and Emily Carlson Burglar.
All right, and board, go ahead if you guys want to come down, take pictures, dance in here. I don't know, but I got my phone, so I'll do it. I was trying to say no.
I can't.
The board members.
Okay.
I mean.
We thought it was just them.
All right, let's hear it one more time for our elementary volleyball champions.
I know. Okay, right? Okay, there's always that guy or that guy. Reach out.
Oh, she wants to do like.
But some of them might be. I only need like the game changer stuff. Oh, okay, so that's, you can just help me grab them at some point.
Yeah, you might just want to stay up. I'm sorry. All right, next up is our elementary track and field. The annual track meet is a true team effort, from food services, transportation, warehouse, IT, to the 60+ volunteers, including Mrs. Cordero, who was our gatekeeper. There were so many people pitching in, and that's the only way that the event was made possible. So thank you to everyone who helped. This year, we had 13 sites participating and over 650 students showcasing their athletic talents at the annual Santa Maria Bonita track meet. A new and exciting addition to this year was the implementation of field events, including shot put and broad jump, giving our students a taste of a different aspect of track and field. All the teams demonstrated incredible dedication and sportsmanship, and while every team was truly impressive, one team excelled in both track and field events, earning them the first title of track and field champions. Please join us in congratulating our 24-25 elementary track and field champions, the Jimenez Knights, coached by Dylan Takanishi, George Trigueros, and Alicia Sanchez.
No, no.
Right?
Thank you, thank you. Yes.
Awesome.
Thank you. That's what I'll We'll take it outside.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Rock and roll.
All right, I got one more.
Oh, yeah.
I got one more.
Let's stay standing then.
We're gonna
Have to do.
game changers.
Oh.
All right. And finally, we want to take a moment to honor our game changers from all elementary sports season this year. At the conclusion of every season, we give the coaches the opportunity to acknowledge one student athlete that made an impression on them and their team. Game changers are the athletes who positively impact and sometimes even change for the better the dynamic of a team. In reading some of the comments from our coaches, it's clear that we have some amazing leaders in our district. These leaders who, quote, inspire, encourage, motivate, commit, and work hard for their teams. It's truly an honor and a privilege to highlight these incredible student athletes and award each of them with the Game Changer Award for their team. Congratulations to all of our game changers. Please come up, coaches and game changers, please come up together. It's like 80, like 80 kids. But every senior and every, yeah.
Wow. Wow. Holy smoke. Back up. Back up. Why don't we come back?
Coach, direct.
Yeah.
All the coaches on edges.
They're gonna give their, oh, looks like they've given it to them. Hey, coaches, if you have not already done so, please go ahead and give your game changer their certificate, which has the reason why your coach chose you for a game changer on the back. And please give them their t-shirt, which they can wear proudly at their school. All right, pictures. Okay, but go ahead and go up there and I'll get you your certificate. Okay, I have it in the other end. Thank you. Okay.
No.
I don't know if the microphone's on.
Nice job, everybody.
Hey, I don't know if everybody can. I want to give a big shout out to all of the coaches and anyone at the different sites that helped students in any way, shape, or form with any of the athletic endeavors that occurred this year. And to each of you students who are being recognized for your attitude, your effort, and your influence in your sport, keep it up. That's the way to make a difference. So congratulations to you all. Keep going.
All right, as our game changers go ahead and sit and exit, I just want to say that even though this seems like a lot of kids, over 2,200 students participated in sports this year in elementary sports. These are the best. These are the students who rose to the top. Like Ms. Cordero said, had the best effort and attitude and really made a difference in their team and their campus. And so we can encourage you to be good leaders, whether you stay on your campus or you move on to junior high. But these are our best. These are our best leaders. And it is a true honor to be recognized here by your coaches because they saw something in you and they recognize what great leaders you are today and will be tomorrow. All right.
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one.
I'm muted.
Thank you. Thank you, Marisha. You have done. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I truly love it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Dr. Cordero, can I speak? Yeah.
Yes.
So I know everybody's leaving. And I know you probably don't want to hear it. But as the commissioner, now the commish, I think we all as a board would really like to extend a great thanks to you for coordinating and really developing participation. Like you said, over 2,200 students, almost every campus in most of these sports, all the hard work that you and the people that you've enlisted have done to really bring this into fruition and to create this kind of attendance and night for those kids. It's wonderful. And we so appreciate you.
Thank you. It kind of leads into, oh, thank you. This leads into what I wanted to end with, and just a thank you to the board for continuing to support after school sports. I threw out that number 2,200 students. That's a 45% growth from last year. My goal is to have every single site participate in every sports that we give available, because I know from personal experience what it feels like to be a part of a team and feel a sense of belonging and to feel pride in my school. My very first school-related team was Fessler Junior High, and I remember what it felt like to wear that jersey and how meaningful it was. And I just want to say thank you to Lori Grock and Sharon Ibarra for allowing me to have these big dreams and continue to grow our program and to do something that I truly love, and to do it in my hometown is perfect. It's more than I could have dreamed of. So thank you, and thank you very much.
I too hope to see the program grow and flourish and provide all that many more opportunities for our students. Sports are as important as clubs or activities that are different. You need to have the variety so that our students can try different things out. Those are the kinds of things that help us to grow and understand better who we are. So thank you very much. And thank you for all of the amazing opportunities in our Extended Learning Opportunities Program. And did I finally get that title right? Close. Okay. All right, expanded. I'll work on that, Mrs. Grock. I really will. So thank you very much. Moving on. It's okay, you can clap. Moving on to public comment period. Public comments are intended for members of the public to address the Board of Education on items involving the school district. Such testimony shall be limited to 3 minutes each, or 450 words per person or subject, and 15 minutes total on each topic. If an answer to a specific question is requested, the board president will, if appropriate, direct administration to respond in writing. To address the board, hopefully you have filled out a request to speak form and provided it to the superintendent prior to this part of the meeting. So, Dr. McDuffie, do we have any comments on agenda items?
No, we do not.
Do we have any comments on non-agenda items?
Yes, we do. And we'll start with Cheryl Lawson.
Thank you. Okay.
Good morning, good morning, good evening, board. I'm used to being up at 6 at work, so. First of all, I'd like to thank Superintendent McDuffie for bringing me my 30-year pin last week. And my name is Cheryl Awesome. I was here a few weeks ago. And I was talking about how food service is going to hire new supervisors that start for $999, $9,900 to $115. I'm sorry, I shake really bad. So just before benefits. Then on May 16th, a new email came out about recruiting 4 new supervisors for food service again, for the same salary. Before waiting for the board approval or pending board approval. While classified employees are still waiting for a fair raise. Fair living raise. We were told that the district did not have money. They only had enough for a 1% raise. For me, that's about 29 cents an hour more. And I've been here 30 years. If the district really is having a rough time, I have a few ideas for the board. The board should start going out to schools without telling them they're coming to see how much waste we are having. I'm not sure about the other departments, but I do know about my department. We have a lot of waste. The first is, why are we hiring 4 new supervisors when for the last 7 years we've had 2? And for the last 3 months, we've had 1 as a helper, and we've done just fine. And why redo a kitchen when in 2 to 3 years, we're getting a brand new kitchen? That is a really big waste. Why remodel it when we're getting a new one? I just remodeled my kitchen. I know what I spent. So I can imagine what the school board would spend on that kitchen. And like I said, as board members, I remember when the board members would come out to the schools and see what's going on, and the superintendent. I've been here long enough that I can remember them all, most of them. And I would not be here if I did not like my job. I mean, I've been here 30 years and I love my kids and stuff, but something is wrong and we really need to fix it for us, especially for the classified. We deserve to be appreciated, to be treated fairly, nicely, kindly, and to get our raise. Thank you.
Desiree,
Good afternoon, evening. My name is Desiree Felix. I teach at Adams School. I teach PE. This is my 27th year teaching. I've been in the district over 30 years as an aide. And I missed the opportunity when you passed by me. I didn't even get a hello from you, Mr. McDuffie, today. It was kind of disappointing. Yeah, it feels like that when I'm outside all day, every day. Yeah, I just get passed by quite a bit, though. So I'm here tonight to talk as a call for action. We need a reboot of our inclusion program. We need inclusion 2.0 because inclusion 1.0 has way too much room for improvement. I'm in a time and a space where I should be peaking in my current position as it's my 5th year teaching PE. Quite frankly, I think I was in my peak until inclusion started. I have been teaching for 27 years, but only 5 in PE, and I have 0 training in special education. Or maybe I did when I went to college, but that was one class. So I've worked here since I was 19, and a wise mentor never told me to never reveal my incompetencies. However, this is the time and place to say I don't have the skills, I don't have the training, and quite frankly, I really don't even have the patience at times for inclusion students because I'm by myself out there, by myself. I get one person to help me for twice 50 minutes a week, but I have many inclusion students as I teach K through 3 PE. So at times I really feel like I don't even have enough patience because I don't have the training or the skills to do it well. And that's what I've always tried to do, is do it well. And if you haven't noticed, which I don't know that you have because you haven't been in the classrooms and I haven't seen you there, is that the general ed students who I teach have changed significantly in the past 5 years. Smaller attention spans, less recall, need for more repetition and more practice. Compared to when I started, to now, it does not resemble anything like when I started. I have the unique situation where I have students from kinder all the way to 3rd grade. I keep many of the same routines and patterns for a reason, to cut down on transition times, making teaching smoother. But I have so many students who cannot still follow the same routines and patterns that they've been taught since kindergarten. I have little to no help. I may help a classroom teacher downsize their class for small group instruction. However, I never get that opportunity to get support. There's not enough for me to go around, especially with students who have extra needs beyond the general ed population. When I did teach a mild to moderate and severe group of students, PE in a small group setting, it was quite successful. But that does not exist anymore. I constantly feel like I'm failing them. I'm failing myself, and this is a very upsetting feeling week after week. What is happening in Orchid is happening here. Inclusion 1.0 has put lots of warm bodies in our classroom. That's what I call it. We have the warm body approach. We have lots of people helping. Lots of people working, very little help. If you watch what happens, it has contributed to a decline in our culture of our classrooms because they exist as an agency employee. They are not SMBSD employees, and they work for one student only, and they do not support what's happening on campus and even connect with the rest of us because they have not been officially integrated in our schools because of the nature of how we've hired these outside agency employees. It really has affected the school culture at my school. I see many people walking around and very little help. And if you walk around and see from start of a day to an end of a day, you will notice the vibe, the culture has not improved. I have much more to say, but clearly I'm out of time, so I'll have to come back next time.
Erica Henson.
Good evening.
My name is Erica Henson, and I've been a special education teacher at Robert Bruce Elementary for the past 8 years. Tonight, I'm here to talk about how our playgrounds at Bruce are not accessible and they're not safe. Bruce is home to one of the district's extensive support needs special day class continuums, serving students from TK through 6th grade, as well as our medically fragile students from around the district. In 2019, you may remember we celebrated the installation of 3 new inclusive playground structures funded by both a grant and with district support. These were meant to give our students a chance to play like everyone else. But 6 years later, if you visit our campus during recess time, I'm sad to say that our students in wheelchairs, walkers, and those with motor disabilities like cerebral palsy are still on the sidelines watching from the cement. The reason? Chips. The wood chip surface make it nearly impossible for students to access our playgrounds. Wheelchairs and walkers simply get stuck. You should have received an email from me earlier today containing videos of one of our 5th grade students wheeling himself on the concrete very easily, then immediately struggled to wheel himself through our wood chips. You also received videos of 2 other students in very different wheelchairs being pushed through the wood chips by our instructional aides, with the aides clearly using all of their strength to help students get towards the structure. I invite any of you to come down to Bruce to try it yourself. Try and help a student in a wheelchair get across these wood chips. You'll see it's like a full body CrossFit workout, extremely challenging for those even without major motor impairments. And this is not just about accessibility. The wood chips are a safety issue. Students are getting injured almost daily. Wood chips get in students and staff's shoes. They've pierced our feet. They've caused splinters in our hands. We have to pull wood chips out of students' mouths, especially our littlest learners and those with extensive needs. In the email, you'll also see the size of the most recent wood chip we pulled out from one of our blind kindergartners' mouths just this past week. And if that wasn't enough, students are throwing wood chips at staff and peers daily, either during frustrated moments or simply during play. Earlier this month, my instructional aide saw a student choking on a wood chip that had been thrown at him by a peer, and she performed the Heimlich maneuver to clear it from his throat. We voiced concerns over wood chips with the district and asked for them to be replaced. We were told wood chips are ADA compliant. But let me be clear, compliance is not inclusion. Inclusion means safety, equity, and play for all students, not just some. Other schools in our district just received new playgrounds with rubberized flooring, safe, clean, fully accessible. Our most vulnerable students are still being left on the sidelines. So I urge you to please replace the wood chips at Robert Bruce. Give our students a surface that they can safely navigate. Let them play. Thank you.
Those are all the,
Thank you very much. Moving on, we have approval of the agenda as presented. Is there a motion?
I'll motion to approve the agenda as presented.
I'll second.
It has been moved by Mr.
excuse me. I'm very sorry, President Cordero. I'd like to be able to pull an item from the agenda tonight.
Sorry. Cross out that motion.
To pull item 11F. The action item.
F.
Yeah, cool.
Okay. Okay, so let's start over.
I'll make a motion to approve of the agenda as amended.
I'll second.
That has been moved by Mr. Valencia and seconded by Mr. Lara to approve the agenda as amended, removing item 11F from the agenda. All those in favor? Call. Sorry. Okay. Mr. Valencia?
Aye.
Mr. Hines?
Aye.
Mr. Lara?
Aye.
Ms. Cabral?
Aye.
Mrs. Cordero?
Aye. Motion carries. Consent items. Actions proposed for the consent agenda are consistent with adopted policies and approved practices of the district and are deemed routine in nature. They will be acted upon by roll call vote in one motion without discussion unless members of the board request an item's removal, in which event it will be taken up in the order indicated on the main agenda. Mr. Hollinshead.
Yeah, President Cordero, if I could, perhaps without having things removed on consent, if I could get clarification whether the work change order for the piers on the solar is that work that's been completed or to be completed?
That work has been completed.
Okay, it read like it was to be completed maybe, so I just wanted to be sure that there wasn't another possibility of change. Thank you, Mr. Beecher. And then on 10E2, first reading of job description, augmentative and alternative communication specialist, AAC. While I understand that it's a description, there are a number of questions that I have in regard to the actual implementation of that and what capacity we have to have that person on board. So, would it be better to pull it and ask those questions later?
Yes.
Okay.
We can do
We can
either
move
that,
it.
or this is a first reading, so we can come back and make those revisions or follow up with clarification for the second reading and approve it.
Okay.
And I don't know, Dr. Bland, if there's anything in regards to this job description that needs that can be clarified with the title here. Is it a new position or is it a changed title?
It is a new position, but it is supplanting a different position. So it's not an additional position. It's looking at like we're taking one position and replacing it with this position.
It feels like maybe greater specificity to the description of what's actually being done.
We can provide that. Yeah,
So
absolutely.
that's, I think, where some of the questions arise to our capacity to fulfill it.
We'll do a follow-up for that as well.
Is that satisfactory?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, so
Thank you.
is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
It has been moved by Mr. Hollinshead, seconded by Ms. Cabral to approve the consent agenda as presented. Roll call, please.
Mr. Valencia?
Aye.
Mr. Hollinshead?
Aye.
Mr. Long?
Aye.
Ms. Cabral?
Aye.
Mrs. Cordero?
Aye. Approved unanimously. I almost tripped on that one. Action items. Item A is a public hearing. Mr. Beecher, would you like to speak to that before I close for public comment?
This is a procedural item. I would just suggest that we open the public hearing, welcome someone to the microphone, maybe no one to the microphone, close the public hearing, and then Mr. Kington can speak to the education protection account.
All right. It is a public hearing regarding the education protection account, referred to as EPA, for 2025-26 school year. It is an annual action. I will close or open for public comment at this point. Seeing no one jumping from their seat, I will now close public comment. Moving to item B, the resolution 24-23, the education protection account for 2025-26. And welcome.
Good evening. I will just get straight into it. This is an annual housekeeping item. So Prop 30, approved by voters in 2012, temporarily increased the state's sales tax rate for all taxpayers and the personal income tax rates for upper income taxpayers. A provision of Prop 30 created in the general fund an education protection account, EPA, to receive and distribute revenue derived from the incremental increases in taxes. Since 2016, the sales tax increase has ended, but as a result of Prop 55 from 2016, the personal income tax increase on income over $250,000 was extended to the year 2030. So districts receive funds from the EPA based on their proportionate share of the statewide revenue. A corresponding reduction is made to the district's LCFF revenue equal to the amount of their EPA entitlement. So these are not new funds. The EPA funds simply reduce the amount of other state funding the school receives. So as required, the EPA estimated deposits and expenditures are $26,594,670. All the expenditures are for instructional services and must not be spent on administrative cost. So that's what we have in budget. So in order to collect the funds from the EPA, the district must have a public hearing and a resolution. So in summary, the public hearing and the resolution for the EPA is presented and meets the requirements of the California Constitution.
Are there any questions? Okay, as indicated, this is an annual event. The resolution is 3 pages, so we will pass on reading that. Is there a motion to adopt resolution 24-33?
I'll go ahead and recommend that the Board of Education adopt resolution 2433, the education protection account for 2025-26 as presented.
Second.
It has been moved by Ms. Cabral and seconded by Mr. Hollinshead to adopt resolution 24-33. Roll call, please.
Mr. Valencia.
Aye.
Mr. Hollinshead.
Aye.
Mr. Lara.
Aye.
Ms. Cabral.
Aye.
Mrs. Cordero.
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Resolution 24-34, Mental Health Awareness Month. Dr. McDuffie.
Thank you, President Cordero. The attached resolution recognizes May as National Mental Health Awareness Month. This national observation is an opportunity to raise awareness, reduce stigma, and promote resources related to mental health and well-being within our schools and community. Mental health is a vital component of overall health and academic success. Millions of Americans face the challenges of mental health conditions each year, including students, educators, and families. Schools play a critical role in supporting social emotional wellness and connecting individuals to appropriate care and resources.
Are there any questions? Would the board like to read the resolution? Okay, would you begin, Mr. Valencia, please?
Santa Maria Bonita School District Resolution 24-34, Mental Health Awareness Month. Whereas mental health is an important part of every student's and staff member's overall well-being. And whereas students of all ages, including children and young teens, can face emotional challenges such as stress, anxiety, sadness, or difficulty focusing. And
whereas schools play an important role in helping students learn how to manage emotions, ask for help, and support one another. And whereas Mental Health Awareness Month helps raise understanding, reduce stigma, and remind everyone that it's okay to talk about feelings and seek support. And
whereas the Santa Maria Bonita School District is committed to promoting kindness, inclusion, and mental wellness for all students, teachers, and families.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Santa Maria Bonita School District recognizes the month of May 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month, and
Be it further resolved that students, staff, and families are encouraged to take part in activities that promote emotional health, kindness, and positive connections throughout the month and beyond. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion that the Board of Education adopt resolution 24-34, Mental Health Awareness Month is presented.
And I'll second.
It has been moved by Mr. Lara, seconded by Ms. Cabral, to adopt Resolution 24-34, Mental Health Awareness Month. Roll call, please.
Mr. Valencia,
Aye.
Mr. Hollinshead,
Aye.
Mr. Lara,
Aye.
Ms. Cabral,
Aye.
Mrs. Cordero.
Aye. Item D, Resolution 24-35, recognizing June as Pride Month. Dr. McDuffie?
Thank you, President Cordero. The attached resolution formally recognizes June as Pride Month in the Santa Maria Bonita School District in support of creating a school environment that is inclusive, respectful, and welcoming for all students, families, and staff, including those who identify as LGBTQ+. June is nationally recognized as Pride Month. Schools across the country observe Pride Month as an opportunity to promote kindness, celebrate diversity, and affirm the value of every individual in the school community. This resolution aligns also with the Santa Maria Bonita School District's commitment to equity, respect, and well-being.
Absolutely. Santa Maria Bonita School District Resolution 24-35, recognizing June as Pride Month. Whereas every student, staff member, and family in the Santa Maria Bonita School District deserves to feel safe, respected, and included. And whereas June is recognized across the country as Pride Month, a time to honor and support the contributions, identities, and experiences of the LGBTQ+, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, and others community. And
whereas schools play a vital role in teaching kindness, acceptance, and the importance of treating everyone with dignity and respect. And whereas many students and families in our school community identify as LGBTQ+ or have loved ones who do and deserve to feel seen, valued, and supported. And
whereas recognizing Pride Month helps foster schools environment where diversity is celebrated and all students can thrive.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education recognizes the month of June 2025 as Pride Month in the Santa Maria Bonita School District, and
be it further resolved that the Santa Maria Bonita School District reaffirms its commitment to promoting kindness, inclusion, and belonging for all students, staff, and families, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, or family background.
And I'll go ahead and move that the board.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Richard, I just wanted to make a comment, if that's all right.
Okay.
I wanted to take a moment to invite our community. I have had the privilege over the last couple of years to attend the Santa Maria Pride event that's taking place here at the Santa Maria Fairgrounds, where the fair takes place. It's happening on Sunday, June 8th from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. It's a wonderful event with food, entertainment, resources, booths of all types for folks that identify with the LGBTQ+ community and for all their allies. And so it's a wonderful time to celebrate, our community. It's meant to provide a safe space to celebrate our LGBTQ+ community. And it fills me with pride to know that I live in a community that creates these safe spaces for us to allow all of our community members to be who they are with dignity and respect. And I think this is particularly timely because unfortunately at the federal level, we're not always seeing that kindness and that respect being bestowed upon our LGBTQ brothers and sisters. And so it fills me with great joy to know that that we can be a part of this wonderful tradition.
And so with that, I'll go ahead and move that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 2435, recognizing June as Pride Month as presented.
I'll second.
It has been moved by Ms. Cabral, seconded by Mr. Valencia to adopt Resolution 24-35. Roll call, please.
Mr. Valencia.
Aye.
Mr. Hollansett.
Aye.
Mr. Lau.
Aye.
Ms. Cabral.
Aye.
Mrs. Cordero.
Aye. Item 11E, approval of contract for West Ed PLC support. Dr. Salcido.
Good evening, board members, President Cordero, Dr. McDuffie. Thank you for having me today to present this contract for West Ed Vital Collaboration. PLC time is a very important time during the day where our teachers have the ability to engage in meaningful, effective conversations that will help improve instruction. This contract is an expansion of what the work we have done over the past 2 years. Several of our sites have engaged in this work. We have 6 sites who have, they're completing their 2nd year. We have 4 sites who are completing their 1st year, and the other sites will come on board next year. You'll see from the slide the results of some data that was collected. So in order to determine effectiveness, if the work that we're doing is actually having its intended results, we looked at a lot of different data, both survey data from staff who participated in the PLC support provided by West Ed, and in the student academic achievement results from those schools who participated in PLC collaboration supported with coaching from West Ed. So staff who reported, they had a pre-survey. How did they feel about certain things before their work with through PLC and after? And staff, they reported an increase in their understanding of their role within PLC. They understood what to do more in that time. Staff also reported that they used structured protocols during their PLC, which has made that time much more effective. We also have staff who were supported through coaching collaboration with West Ed. They reported that their PLCs helped them learn and implement new teaching strategies with their students. In student data, we saw that for those students who attended a school where teachers participated in coaching in PLC model, the students had an increased proficiency on LCAP and the ELA CASP scores compared to their peers who were at schools where teachers did not engage in the PLC model. We also saw an increased reading growth on NWEA MAP assessment for those students attending those schools. You'll see to the right, the yellow chart explains what this contract would include. There is a tiered model of support based on how much support the school has gotten already. So a year 1 site, so these are for the schools who have never had coaching through West Ed and PLC. They will receive 6 2-day coaching trainings throughout the school year and 4 summer days. Those 6 2-day coaching cycles. The first day is a coaching cycle with the PLC facilitators. So
Can you just slow down so they can do the
I am so sorry. Absolutely. So the 2-day coaching cycles include the first day for West Ed PLC facilitators work with West Ed coaching to receive all the training they need to be an effective facilitator. The second day, West Ed sits next to the facilitator as they go through the PLC model throughout the day to help give them side-by-side tips on how to be an effective facilitator. Because all PLCs are run by a grade level peer, a teacher who has stepped up to decide that they want to be the facilitator for their grade level. Year 2 sites, those are sites who this year had their first year of coaching. Next year would be their 2nd year. They would receive 6 day and a half, 1.5 day trainings. So they'd have a half day of facilitator coaching, followed by a full day of one-on-one side-by-side during PLCs. Then the year 3 sites, so those schools have had 2 years of PLC, they will engage in 3 two-day collaborations where we will get them involved cross-site to see how other sites are doing their PLC model, how are they using what they've learned through their PLC to enhance their educational instructional practices. And so that will be across the district. So this is the contract for next year's support of coaching through West Ed for PLC.
Yeah, I just wanted to, it's not so much a question as a comment. I've been able to observe or speak with folks who are involved in this on 2 of the campuses. And part of what you addressed as far as things, as regimentation or systematic things and mechanical things is all really beneficial, but the feedback I've gotten, positive feedback, all the feedback for the most part has been positive, but a lot of it has been about team building and about the other things that really aren't maybe necessarily tangible and involve a little bit more of the art and kind of the sociology of implementing some of these things, if you will. And so I just wanted to thank you guys for really being for not only introducing this, but doing it with fidelity and really, I think one of the big things for me that I hear is that folks feel listened to. In addition to getting information and getting coached, they also feel heard. And I think that's really an important part when we introduce things like this, to not feel like it's something that's imposed or that the mechanics are just there to follow by rote. Is that okay, Sandra? Okay. But also that there's an equitable amount of input from both sides. And I feel like that's one of the reasons there's been a really positive response to it. So I'm fully on board with endorsing more.
Yeah.
So thank you guys.
Thank you for sharing that. And you are right. This really leans into shared leadership because it is teacher-driven time, and we're really coaching the teachers on how to effectively lead their grade level. And we're seeing teachers step up across the board and step into that leadership role to guide their peers. And the results, like you said, is very much increased teacher efficacy on being in the same, being in charge of that learning and being able to push it forward. So really trying to listen to the responses and feedback and help them where they are.
And what process do we use, or how do we know that the costs that they're charging us are reasonable costs?
Absolutely. So we look at there are many companies who offer supports like this in coaching. And so you can do comparative models. It is important for fidelity's sake to stay with the same company. And so we have, the protocols that they have put in place in our PLC will be carried forward with the rest of our staff to make sure that we're having a common language in what PLC expectations are. And then we negotiated price based on the amount of service that we were getting. So we had to go through, and I line itemized everything as far as how many coaches were they providing for a school site, what was needed, how many days are needed at each site. And that's really why we went to the tiered model, in order to make it cost effective in a way that provided the right level of support, honoring where they are in their growth and the trajectory of their work, in order to make it the most cost effective. Because obviously we could just do, unlimited support for everyone, and that would be a lot more expensive. So trying to balance the need with the expense was really been the focus.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you have a question?
Yeah. Go.
Are all of our schools enrolled in receiving this type of support, and how many are in tier 1, 2, and 3?
Yeah, you're gonna test my memory skills.
I know.
Okay.
If you don't have that, that's fine, but the other one, yes.
All 21 are involved in this contract. So we have 6 elementary sites that will be in year 3. So they've been in it the longest, so they'll receive the least amount of support because they're furthest along in their learning journey. We have 4 that will be in the elementaries, they'll be in the year 2. And then we have 6 that will be in the year 1. Hopefully my math is correct. And then in the junior highs, we have 1. Ariana's junior high has already engaged in this work, so they will be in the year 3, but the other 3 junior high sites are going to be year 1s. And so we had to separate the learning, elementary and junior high, because they have different focuses on how they need to do their PLCs and then based on their participation. So this contract is all 21 sites, meeting them where they are in their learning journey.
Okay, I'm doing the math.
Did I miss one? I'm doing it in my head too. 6, 4, I think it's, yeah, I'm close.
That was very much along the same lines as what I was going to ask. So let me just repeat. You said 6 sites, elementary sites are in year 3. One junior high is in year 3, and that would be Ariana's?
Yes.
Okay. 4 elementary sites are in year 2.
And I think that's 5, 6, 5. So it's 6, 5, 6. So 6 in year 3, 5 in year 2, 6 in year 1. That's 17. 1 junior high in year 1, 3 in year, 1 junior high in year 3, 3 junior highs in year 1.
Okay.
I think it was a math lesson. Thanks.
That's it. See, I had heard 4 were in year 2. So
There you go.
that was where I was kind of going with that. So this cost will involve providing service for every single one of our sites at whatever year they are in.
Yes.
So we can expect that there will be at least 2 more years of cost associated with West Ed.
I think we need to look at the trajectory of learning and where we're headed. And so looking at, we evaluate every year. I would hate to say in a 5-year plan where we're going. And a good example of this is that Ariana's technically, junior high is technically in their first year of PLC, but they moved so quickly in their learning, we put them to a light support because they just took their learning and they ran with it.
Okay.
So we really kind of judge them based on where they are. We also have 1 school site that is technically going to be in their 3rd year, so they shouldn't need the support, but we're putting them in the middle amount of support because they need a little bit more support. So it depends on change of staffing, the ability for them to pick up on it. The whole goal of this coaching system is to have a gradual release model. We should not be depending on West Ed's coaching forever. This is a learning model to give the skills that are there. We really want to just implement those protocols. And when our teachers have the protocols, they don't need the coaching anymore. So the ultimate goal is to get out of the coaching as soon as we can by giving them the support early.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, that answered more than my question. I appreciate that at any site where they need a little more time, they're allowed a little more time. They won't just be pushed through or held back in either way. So it wasn't meant to be delineated specifically only 2 more years. So it will vary. It could vary depending on continued needs, but certainly, as you indicated, the goal is to move out of the coaching cycle so that each school will be able to work independently.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, considering my opinion that that they will be working with 21 school sites, I would say the cost is pretty well supported. But any other questions or comments? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Move to approve the participation of, whoops, sorry, I was already down there. I went down one more. Now I gotta go back up above Pathful. I'll move to approve the contract with West Ed PLC support.
I'll second.
Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Hollinshead, seconded by Ms. Cabral to approve the contract for West Ed PLC support. And I don't think we need roll call vote. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Salcido. And we have eliminated item F. So we are going to item G, approval for migrant students to participate in the Engineering Possibilities in College, EPIC. Summer Residential Program at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, June 29th through July 3rd, 2025. Mr. Pantine.
Good evening, board members. I like that smile. Dr. Madafi, cabinet, those present and those behind the screens that are listening to us. I'm here to present these two wonderful summer programs, Engineering Possibility in College and Algebra Academy through University of California, Santa Barbara. Every time I do this universities residential programs, I get very nostalgic, and it takes me back when I was 10 years old. And my sister took me to her university back in Honduras. I was 10 years old, and I went into this big old campus and students coming in and out. I was 10 and I didn't grasp what I was getting into, right? Students coming in and out, backpacks, holding books, students laughing, students reading. That looked really cool to me. And I was 10. My sister holding my hands and me thinking, I need to come back. I want to be here. I was 10. It took me 8 years, right? 8 years later, I went to the university that I was 8 years before. And then I think about our migrant children. Our migrant children move 2 or 3 times a year because of their season, right? Because of the crop, looking for work and a better life. I want them to have the opportunity that I had, right? And we are giving them that opportunity through these residential programs. Studies have shown that when the students visit universities, they are more likely to attend that university. That's exactly. So when I see this Cal Poly Epic sending 40 migrant students to learn and to be exposed to the engineering fields, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, that is powerful. When my sister took me to that university, I was probably there. I didn't have a concept of time. I was 10 years old, but it was cool. But I didn't think I was there for too long. But just in that little time, the experience was very impactful, right? So I think about those wonderful children, 50 that we are going to be sending to live for 6 days and 5 nights, going to classrooms, learning algebra, living that, having that experience. That is really powerful. Okay. So they're gonna 50 migrant students will be attending the University of California in Santa Barbara. 40 students will be at Cal Poly doing the engineering experience. Students will be attending they will be leaving from Sousa Center on June 29th. They will be coming back the day before the 4th of July. Transportation, every accommodations will be provided by Migrant Education. They will be exploring different fields of engineering. They will be occupying classrooms and labs. They will be doing their own experiments. You know, I was always wondering how they can make a canoe made out of cement float. That is very impressive. So definitely have to go there when they do that experiment. So that is on the Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. 50 migrant kids will be attending. Any questions in regards to the EPIC program.
We don't let the students sit in the canoe, do we?
No, definitely.
I mean, that's a whole nother equation. I just wanted to make sure.
Thank
No,
you.
I wanted to commend you and on the exposure to the sciences and the mathematics, of course, especially, but the science part of it, because we do want our students to really be exposed to STEAM things that really get their mind in a very thoughtful and questioning way, right?
Definitely.
My question to you usually is, or to Dr. Castillo-Schiffer on these endeavors is, how many migrant students are there in the program? Go ahead.
So we have,
Not in this, but the whole migrant program.
yes, in the entire migrant program, we have 2,100 migrant students.
Okay. And the reason I posed the question is, and I think you answered part of it before, is that some of these students will be participating in other summer programs in addition to this. But it's a privilege, but it's also very selective, right? We get a very small number of this large group of students. And so one of the things that I wanted to ask you is, either when they come back as a group, or in participating in the remainder of their summer classes or summer endeavors, is there an opportunity for them to share out with their fellow students in some capacity, or to have a debriefing with their parents and the folks who were involved in the program? I know Mr. Valencia often asks, like he did tonight, asks the kids, what would you change? What would you do differently? What was good? So maybe not necessarily in that context, but one of the things that you're talking about with you and your sister that's really powerful, I think, to all of us, is that experience that you draw on somebody else you have a connection with doing that. And so I know from my children's own experience in their classrooms, when somebody would come back after an experience like this, and my children were amongst them, right, and share it with the other students, you never know how much impact that's going to have. They may go home and say to their mom, I want to go visit a college campus. My kids, or kids in their classroom came home and talked about something, and we hear about it. Right. So we can reflect that back on them and have a discussion. But I think if we include the parents even too, I hadn't thought of that so much as when I read this particular endeavor, but that debriefing, I think, or that engagement afterwards, I think, could be really meaningful, and maybe even help it to propagate beyond the kids who are, fortunate enough to go. So just a comment.
Thank you. I will take that into consideration. Something that we do is we bring this group of students in our migrant Saturday school. We invite those students that attended the university experience to come and talk to another students, because we want to make sure that, we select different students every year. So we do not send the same students. We want to make sure to spread the wealth in this case, and different students attend every year.
I want to commend you, Mr. Pantin, because I agree that when you share your story of being 10 years old, we know that for many of our families, they don't have that level of exposure. Many of our families don't have access, don't know how to get there, don't know if there's an entrance fee. So our schools are the avenue, are the main avenue, the main access point for our young people to have access to these universities.
I think going along the same lines as you're going is that some of our migrant families don't have a sister like the one I had, and we are the sister. All of us here. We are that sister. You are, by allowing these programs to continue. So thank you for realizing.
You definitely spoke to what I wanted to reference, which is that the research shows, right, that when our young people visit these universities, they're more likely to attend a university, right? They're just the inspiration, the learning, there's so many wonderful things that happen on a college campus. And so and I will share personally that I attended the EPIC program as a high school student. So I didn't get the chance to do it. Now our students get to do it sooner, right, than I was able to. I know how inspirational it felt to be able to live on a college campus for a couple of days, right? Pretend, if you will, right? Like I was that college student. But I don't think it's a coincidence that I was able to have that experience and then have the confidence to apply to a four university, get accepted into a university, and actually leave to go, right? Because just because our kids get accepted doesn't mean they actually go because of those fears and things like that. So I really want to appreciate, and I want to make another connection. You know, the fact that this focuses on STEM education, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, is also significant for our kids because there is a lack of people of color in this field. There is a lack of women in this field, and the access to quality paying jobs, even with a 2-year, credential program, right? Of course, we want our kids to go beyond that, but just by having access to at least 2 years post high school gives our students access to really good paying jobs. And so this is something that I learned at a recent training by the National Association of Latino Elected Officials. They were encouraging board members and elected officials to say, hey, pay attention to this because this is really important to minimize that opportunity gap for our people. So thank you so much for this important work.
Thank you.
Mr. Pantin, buenas tardes.
Mr. Lara, buenas tardes.
Is there any way, I know it's the end of the school year, but when we come back that we can have some of these kids come in and share their experience and their feelings and what they've got out of this and, just get the excitement and see.
It'll be a pleasure to bring them here, yes, and express their experiences.
Yes.
Throughout this residential programs.
Yes, that'd be
I'll be
something.
more than happy to do that, Mr. Lara.
Okay, thank you.
If there are no more questions or comments, I would entertain a motion.
I'll make the Board of Education approve the participation of migrant students in the EPIC Summer Residential Program at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, June 29th through July 3rd, 2025 as presented.
I'll second.
It has been moved by Mr. Lara, seconded by Ms. Cabral, to approve the participation of migrant students in the EPIC Summer Residential Program at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, June 29 through July 3rd, 2025. All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And if you would continue, Mr. Pantine, on item H, approval of middle school migrant students to participate in the Summer Algebra Academy at the University of California, Santa Barbara, June 22nd through 27th, 2025.
Thank you, President Cordero. So again, another presidential program. In this case, they are going to experience life at University of California in Santa Barbara. Gauchos, here we go. There you are. I graduated from UCSB. So this organization, Youth to Leaders Educational Foundation, will provide 50 migrant students with the opportunity to enrich their algebra skills, college and career readiness, leadership, college preparation, and they will concentrate on cultural awareness as well. This will be another residential program, but emphasis algebra. Okay, we have selected 50 migrant students. You might be asking, how are the students selected? We selected students based on assertive discipline and also test scores. Test scores are very important. This type of programs are led by credentialed teachers that Y2 LEF employs contracts in order to teach our migrant students. This effort also has been a collaboration with other migrant regions. So SMBSD, DFD 22, us, will be joining with other migrant regions, like, for example, Region 5, Bakersfield. They are sending another group of migrant students. Fresno is also sending another group of migrant students to join Santa Maria Bonitas and create this Algebra Academy at UCSB. Okay, so students, something very important is safety, right? Because I always think about, are they going to be well taken care of? Who's going to take care of them? Who's going to be monitoring day and night? And let me tell you, I spent the whole week with our students back in 2014. It was the first time when we contract with UCSB to send a group of students. And of course, I want to make sure that our students were okay, were safe, what students were going to be learning, and so forth. And I stayed for the entire week with the students. And let me tell you, it's undescribable. I can't describe the experience. Parents, students, there was a family night on Thursday. Students were coming back on Fridays, and there was a parent reunion on Thursday, kind of like a graduation type thing. Parents were invited for the graduation night. On Thursday, parents were crying of happiness to see their students, graduating for that week for the Algebra Academy. This time, because of schedules, in some cases, it's hard for our migrant parents to go on a Thursday and spend the entire day. So this time, yes, they are going to have a graduation on Thursday, but it's going to be virtual. So, yeah, and this will take place the 22nd to the 27th.
Any questions?
Mr. Lara.
Senor Pantin, and the same, I would like to see these kids come back as well and speak to us their adventures and their curiosities and what they thought of being on.
I will be more than happy to do that.
I mean,
thank you.
Really nice.
Yes.
I have a question.
Sure.
How are students selected?
Yes, our students are being selected based on discipline and grades. Yes. Yeah, we want to make sure that when the students go, they are safe, most importantly, and making sure that, for example, with Cal Poly, we want to make sure that students are being reclassified, making sure that, they have a 3 or a 4 on test scores on CASP, and also with the UCSB. With the UCSB, since this is an Algebra Academy, we are sending students that they're getting a low score on math, so they can improve their math skills. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? I would entertain a motion.
I'll move that the Board of Education approve the participation of migrant students in the Summer Algebra Academy at the University of California, Santa Barbara, June 22 to 27, 2025, as presented.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Mr. Valencia, seconded by Mr. Lara, to approve the participation of migrant students in the Summer Algebra Academy at the University of California, Santa Barbara, June 22nd through June 27th, 2025, as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 11I, approval to engage Educational Management Solutions for a compensation and job description review and study. Dr. Bland, I'm very interested in this.
Well, it's not quite as exciting as taking students to Cal Poly but for me, it is exciting. But good evening, board, President Cordero, board, Dr. McDuffie. Yes, so tonight I bring to you a proposal for engaging in a job description and compensation study with Educational Management Solutions, otherwise known as EMS. Before I got here, we had a study done in human resources and took a thorough look at all of how human resources department operated, and there was a list of different types of recommendations, and some of those recommendations a little simpler, some of them more involved. One of the more involved recommendations was to conduct a job description study. We from School Services of California, who conducted that study, but was to look at all of our job descriptions. Some of our job descriptions which haven't been updated since 1998 and are clearly outdated. So we are looking to engage with EMS to conduct a comprehensive job description and compensation study for approximately 160 classified, confidential, certificate, and management positions. Some of the key benefits of going through this study is we will ensure that our job descriptions are legally compliant with ADA, FSLA, and EEOC standards. We'll create a function-based job descriptions, which are aligned with our which will be aligned with essential duties. We'll provide also a strategic and sustainable compensation structure, and also strengthen the internal equity and market competitiveness throughout a detailed analysis. Part of the methodology that EMS uses goes through is we'll engage with focus groups. We'll engage with supervisors for validation and also elicit employee feedback. They will also conduct a local market salary study amongst local markets, other comparable school districts, as well as outside of school district private sector markets, depending on the job description. They'll also develop a strategic compensation plan. And they'll also allow us or give us the ability to use their Jobs Plus software to help us maintain the accuracy and consistency of our job descriptions. The estimated timeline for this, I say estimated, is about 24 weeks. Some of the key phases will be first starting with planning, which we're hoping to start very, very soon. Then they'll start off and move next into the job analysis part, and then move into the market analysis, because they want to make sure that if they do the market analysis first, they don't want there to be, they want to make sure the market analysis is as up to date as it can be before they bring recommendations for any job descriptions or anything to us. And then also this would include the installation of their software and training our staff and human resources. Some of the deliverables: legally compliant job descriptions. That's what I'm excited about. Internal and external compensation analysis, recommendations and an implementation plan, and ongoing support and licensing of their Jobs Plus software. And you'll see no cost for that software through June of 2025. That should be June of 2026, actually. Sorry. And then the estimated cost is around $78,995, and that is looking at approximately 160 positions that we're looking at studying. So tonight, I bring to you a recommendation to contract with EMS to perform a thorough review and analysis of our certificate, classified, confidential, and management positions. Any questions? Yes.
How did we arrive at EMS? There's obviously probably other entities that do this.
I'm sorry.
There's probably other entities that do this. How did we arrive at these guys and compare their efforts or what they've got to give us and the cost?
So I put out basically out to my constituents and out to listservs I'm on, and said, hey, who's engaged in other school districts across California, who's engaged in this type of work before. Was given several different organizations or companies. EMS was one of the top ones in California that was used. There were three others that I reached out to. One declined the work because of the size of our district, and so the scope and the size of our project. Another company did not even respond, basically ghosted me. And another one did give us a proposal. And I had a comparable with them as well. They were out of state. They were significantly more expensive. I say significantly, they were about $250,000 compared to $78,000. And they only were studying our they were only going to be doing our job description revisions for our classified employees. And they also, we would also have to go out to a third party to ensure that all of our job descriptions were ADA compliant and met any legal requirements. So it was kind of a no-brainer, so to speak. EMS is widely used across California and very widely known.
As I was preparing for the meeting, I was asking Dr. McDuffie if this analysis also includes the assistant superintendent positions. My understanding is that this study does not. Is that correct?
This will be management and, but it will be assistant soups on down.
Okay. So every position except for the superintendent position?
That's my understanding. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
That's
you.
what we've talked about.
Excellent. And let me see it. When it says in your notes, in your presentation, it talked about internal and external compensation analysis. Can you elaborate on that? What does that mean?
So we'll be looking at internally what our compensation is internally, and then also looking at compensation outside and how we compare outside, but also looking at our job descriptions inside and looking at, okay, how does this position relate to this position compared to this position, and seeing if, you know, if there's how that ladder of movement in terms of the salary compares.
So in theory, like if we find that, let's say we have a position that's not being compensated fairly by, let's say, $2 an hour, let's just say in theory, based on this analysis, does that kind of guide our thinking on, you know, making that pay more equitable relative to, like, say, you know, the comps that they're going to provide us? Is that kind of how it happens? Or generally speaking, how does that process happen when they find maybe that our pay isn't as equitable as another area, like in another part of town?
So essentially what they do is they take a look at our salary schedules and they will they'll provide basically how they describe it as kind of like a heat map, right? So that'll show like where are we above market, where are we at market, and where are we under market. And then from there, those are recommendations that are made to us. And then we go from there as to whether we have to look at the fiscal impact of that and, you know, and basically got to go from there and, you know, if we're, and make adjustments as we can from there.
And as a follow-up, do you know if this data is used like during negotiations, or are these things completely separated from that?
We would need to negotiate changes with either, you know, with either group if there are, you know, any salary adjustment changes, major job description changes, you know, those kinds of things where there are updates. And so we would need to engage in that, and that would be outside of this process. So this process all just brings the recommendations to us. Once this process is complete, then we need to look at those recommendations, and then we need to engage in that process with each unit as needed going forward after that. So when I say 24 weeks, that's for this process, but then there's the all the work that we have to do with each of our groups after that.
Absolutely. I really appreciate you bringing this item to us, because I know this is always a topic of concern, you know, for our communities, right? They want to make sure that they're getting paid, you know, fairly. You know, we heard that today in the comments, right? And of course, given the resources that we have, we want to pay fairly, but within our means. And so I really appreciate us taking the time to look at an outside agency looking at us objectively, right, and just sharing the data with us so that we could take an honest picture of where we're at with our compensation. So thank you for bringing this, because this is something that I was definitely going to be asking about in the future. And I hope that we can find a way to do it in a timely, like, how often do we do this type of study? That's my question.
I don't know that we've engaged in this in the past. Mr. Beecher, do you have a history on that?
It was a very, very long time ago.
I was going to say,
30
just to add to
years
that,
plus.
just to add to that, I don't even know your name anymore, Mr. Beecher. Just to add to that, doing a study like this, and he just mentioned in regards to our job descriptions where they're from 1998, it's really a good idea for us to make those adjustments. And I would say probably every 10 to 15 years to be looking at job descriptions to make sure that they align with what we do as an organization, as well as being ADA compliant and all of the other acronyms that you can name, so that we can keep up to date with that.
And I would just say, I definitely appreciate that context of, it's been a while since we've looked at these job descriptions for sure. So I appreciate that. And then also, there's been so many changes to our economy within the last couple of years. I feel like being able to look at our compensation, has to be done, with more frequency, hopefully, right? Than 10 to 15 years, because a lot changes, within that time. So I would definitely want to encourage our staff to continue to figure out ways to continue to bring us this data in a very timely manner.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I would just comment that, in the presentation, it shows a minimum of 24 weeks, which is approximately 6 months. So I would say, based on how many people they have to speak to and the wide variety of things they need to look at, that it might take even a little bit longer.
I've met with them a couple times, and I actually engaged in this process as well. I stepped into when I started as a director in my former district. We were just embarking on this, and but we started on this process right before COVID. It took us about 3 years because of COVID, and it was actually with this same company. So I am familiar with them. I wasn't directly engaged like I would be this time, but I've met with them a couple times prior to coming tonight, and they're still stating that they can do this, and they said by the springtime that we should be able to have our recommendations. So again, it's an estimate, but that's what they're sharing with me.
Okay, that's great. Any other comments or questions? I would entertain a motion.
I'll go ahead and move that the Board of Education approve the engagement of Educational Management Solutions to conduct a comprehensive compensation and job description review and study for the district as presented.
It has been moved by Ms. Cabral, seconded by Mr. Valencia, to approve the engagement of EMS, Educational Management Solutions, to conduct a comprehensive compensation and job description review and study for the district as presented. All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Item J, award bid number 5384, Battles Elementary School new TKK building and site upgrades. Please go ahead.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Dr. McDuffie and Cabinet. Tonight, we are presenting for your consideration and approval an exciting project to construct a new TK kindergarten building and perform site improvements at Battles Elementary School. I'd like to begin this evening with a brief overview of the procurement process for this project, and then I will turn it over to Javier for the fun stuff and summarize the project scope, timeline, and address any project-related questions that you may have. For public works projects with an estimated value of $1 million or more, the district is required to include a pre-qualification process in our bidding procedures. In order to participate in this bid, interested prime contractors, as well as mechanical, electrical, and plumbing subcontractors were required to complete and submit a pre-qualification application and be on the district's approved pre-qualified contractors list prior to the scheduled bid opening. Slow down.
Slow down.
Okay. Sorry, I'll slow down. The project also included a 3% disabled veterans business enterprise participation goal. Bidders can meet this goal by achieving the 3% DVBE participation directly through subcontracts or by demonstrating a good faith effort. The specifications for the project were developed by DLR Group in collaboration with district staff. The invitation to bid was publicly advertised and posted on the district's online bidding platform. A pre-bid conference was held on March 20th with 15 prospective bidders in attendance. And on May 5th, the district received and opened 3 responsive bids. Precon Industries, a California certified small business based here in Santa Maria, submitted the lowest responsible bid at $9,720,000. Their proposal includes a 3.2 DVBE participation rate exceeding the district's goal of 3%. I would also like to share that of the bid amount, the total bid amount, $3,734,000 is allocated to subcontractors based right here in Santa Maria, with an additional $3,271,000 allocated to subcontractors in nearby communities such as Napomo, Grover Beach, Arroyo Grande, and Cambria. Before I turn it over to Javier to go over the project details, are there any questions regarding the procurement process?
And I'm sorry, I probably should know this, but why do we go straight to bid rather than an RFP or something like this?
So for Public Works, we're required to do the lowest bid versus with an RFP. You're able to take other things into consideration. It's not always the lowest. So with Public Works, we're required to go with the lowest bid.
Okay.
And the pre-qualification helps on these larger projects to be sure that we're contracting with contractors that have the capability to complete the work and have the financial stability and the bonding capability to complete that work.
Okay, thank you.
Javier?
Good evening, board members. Sorry, Dr. McDuffie, Cabinet. So this project, it's really exciting for us to get this off the ground. We've been working on it for a little bit over a year with DLR. We're finally at a point where we're going to be able to start breaking ground. We're scheduled to meet with the contractor this Friday to start our pre-construction meetings, discuss the schedule. This project is slated for 365 days. So we're looking to start here June 16th and hopefully have it completed on time and under budget or on budget by next June 2026. So what we're doing is we are going to be building a 7-classroom TK kinder building. We are adding 5 additional classrooms to Battles. So what we'll be doing as part of this project is demoing an existing building, an existing 2-classroom TK building, kinder building, and then building this one. As part of this project as well, we're going to be improving the front of Battle School. And so we're going to be improving the parent pickup and drop-off area. We will be adding some additional parking stalls. We're going to construct a staff parking area for just staff and then have an area for parents as well in the front. So a lot of great improvements happening as part of this project. Any questions?
Go ahead. I just was wondering if you had any images or for plans of what we can see with this new building.
Yes, we do. And we'll be able to share that with the board. We'll make sure we get that out to you. We do have images.
Are they similar to something we were presented by from DLR when we were shown the different facilities changes?
A little bit more in detail, elevations, floor plan that we'll be able to share with you, some phasing for the parking lots and the improvements.
Later on during the strategic celebration discussion item, in the very brief video that we put together related to the action plan for reducing class size, I have a couple of renderings of the Battles project as part of our effort to create new facilities for our new inclusive facilities for our students. So we'll see something, but we'll chase down some more things, and I'll work with Dr. McDuffie to get that included in a future follow-up.
And hopefully before the next presentation, we'll have that as part of the presentation. If there's going to be more sites, more work on different sites. As part of the presentation, we can see mock-ups or we can see diagrams of what we're actually going to be doing.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying, if we're getting a $9 or $10 million allocation, it would be good to see something. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, beforehand. And where are we getting the funds? It says bonds and whatnot, but what's the funding source?
So a significant funding source is the state's pre-K, UTK, and all-day K program that they started several years ago, which is one of the reasons why we had a really tight turnaround in getting these designs approved and getting this contract to the school board. In fact, I believe it's July 1. If we don't have this contract signed by July 1, we lose our qualification for that funding. But that is a significant source of funding. And then beyond that, we're using developer fees and then also considering either other capital project funds that we've set aside over time or Measure K funds would also be eligible for use on this project.
Thank you.
I want to know a little bit more about the 3% goal that you all were referencing earlier. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
So we're required by the state when we're utilizing certain funding to implement a 3% goal. Sometimes the contractors will be a DVBE, a registered DVBE with the state, and they're able to meet it directly. Other times they'll find subcontractors. In this case, it is a subcontract and it can be for supplies or it can actually be for work performed through a subcontractor providing like the roofing or the sheetrock. This case, they did meet it with a subcontract. But then for those who can't, because we are in a very limited area of DVBEs.
Could you define that acronym, please?
They'll do Disabled Veterans Business Enterprise. Then they will do what's called a good faith effort. And that has various requirements in order to meet that good faith effort, which includes they have to advertise the opportunity, they have to reach out to the state, they have to document, anybody that they talk to, show that they contacted any of the state registered DVBEs to share with them that opportunity.
Yeah, it sounds like we're exceeding that goal by 3.2% based on this contract.
Yes, they do exceed it.
And so I'm really happy to hear that because that's something that I've been advocating for a long time is us looking at our contracting and, what percentage of our contracts, for example, right, are going to our women-owned businesses, our veteran-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses by people of color, because we know that oftentimes these communities don't have as much access, right, to capital or to these opportunities. And so I want us to continue to monitor that data so we know, where how we're doing in that area. And that starts as small as the mom and pop business where we get, our t-shirts from all the way to who's constructing our building. So I want to continue to put that on the radar, right, of our district so that we could continue to make advancements in that area because these small businesses, most businesses start small, right? And then they eventually grow. And so how do we help our local businesses do the same? And so I'm really happy to see that Santa Maria business is there because it's actually, it feels like oftentimes that's less of the norm, right? It's more often that we see businesses outside of our area as opposed to a local business. And those local dollars hopefully, stay local with our kids and the soccer programs and the football programs and donating to charities and, people that choose to live in our community, right, through the tax dollars. So this has a major ripple effect. And so this is why I appreciate you all talking about that. And I want to continue to have more conversations about this.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I would entertain a motion.
I recommend that the Board of Education approve the award of a contract for bid number 5384, Battles Elementary School new TK to K building and site upgrades to Precon Industries, Inc. as presented.
It has been moved by Mr. Valencia and seconded by Ms. Cabral to approve the award of a contract for bid number 5384, Battles Elementary School new TKK building and site upgrades to Precon Industries. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Looking forward to seeing that and what it's going to look like. Moving on to discussion items. Item 12A, strategic celebration. I don't see any balloons. I don't see any confetti. Come on. Dr. McDuffie, are you up?
I am up. Thank you, President Cordero. This is what we call our first look at our strategic action plans. This is our strategic celebration, and we'll be doing this at least twice a year, mid-year update, as well as an end-of-year celebration. This is the beginning of that. And I just, first of all, want to thank Maiju Lo Chung Vu, our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, coming in as we created this process and really understanding, getting a lay of all of the things that she had to take care of, but not letting go of what it is that we decided we wanted to do with our strategic plan. And so this is the conclusion of our first year of implementation of the Santa Maria Bonita School District. We have 11 action plans that were produced. And it is with great pride that we recognize the progress made in advancing our district's mission. It's rooted in the principles of strategics, a method of continuous purposeful planning in service of an extraordinary purpose. These action plans have guided focused efforts across all areas of our system. Now, throughout the year, each strategic action plan has served as a catalyst for meaningful progress, strengthening academic outcomes, expanding supports for the whole child, enhancing student engagement, fostering deeper partnerships with families and community, and advancing efforts to recruit and retain highly qualified people. And as you look across the boardroom, you will see four banners that represent the strategies that we identified just a couple of years ago when we created the strategic plan. The commitment and collaboration demonstrated by staff, leadership teams, and our stakeholders have laid a strong foundation for continued progress in the years. I'm excited myself to see what it is that you will see today. So with that, I think I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Lo Chung Vu.
All right, so before we get started, I've got a whole team behind me. I'm going to ask them to scoot up so that when it's their turn, we're going to save some time because it's going to be a long presentation. I'm going to just give everyone the heads up. 11 action plans. So I'll have you guys scoot up and be here at the front. Board members, you will also notice in front of you, you have two booklets, one in English, one in Spanish, hot off the press. I want to give a shout out to Martina, my secretary, who worked diligently. And these were, again, hot off the press today, because we want to make sure that you all have a copy. We have extra copies available if you want to take some with you. All right. Are we all ready? I'm going to take my glasses off, so I'm not going to be able to see you very well, but I know you all are in this space. So good evening, President Cordero, board members, Superintendent McDuffie, and members of the community. Tonight, I'm proud to share with you the incredible progress we've made across San Maria Bonita School District. This strategic celebration represents not only the milestones that we've reached this year, but also the momentum we've built as we move forward together. At the heart of the work is our mission, the driving force behind every initiative, every decision, and every classroom interaction. We are committed to ensuring that every student flourishes by discovering their passion and purpose, developing essential skills, and thriving in a student-centered culture that supports the whole child, promotes inclusivity, strengthens families and community engagement, champions innovation, and invests in effective staff. Tonight's presentation reflects our alignment to this mission. This graphic illustration here shows how our beliefs anchor our mission and how that mission informs our strategies, which are carried out through clear objectives and defined parameters. Each element you see here is essential to maintaining coherence across our district. Our strategic framework guides us from exploration through full implementation, ensuring we remain focused and mission-driven. Tonight's focus will be on the 11 action plans that you've approved last year right about this time. So before we get into the meat or the real presentation for today, I want to take a few slides here to give you a little background on our implementation plan. So what you see here is, before we talk about those 11 action plans, one of the keys to our success has been adopting a phased approach to implementation. This slide outlines our 5 phases from exploration and research to monitor and adjust. This intentional progression allows us to ensure readiness, build necessary supports, activate the purpose, or activate with purpose, achieve consistency, and then sustain and scale what works. Tonight, we will be sharing examples from various initiatives across these phases. A little deeper into the first phase. So in the exploration and research phase, our goal is to deeply understand our district's needs and thoughtfully evaluate potential solutions. We engage our stakeholders, families, students, staff, and our community partners early in the process to ensure that there is alignment. Moving into the second phase, once we've decided to move forward, we begin the development phase. This phase helps us building infrastructures necessary for success, whether it's securing resources, delivering foundational training, or building data systems. This phase ensures we are fully prepared before launching. The initial activation phase is where we bring our plans to life. Staff begins using new strategies in real settings with support systems in place. We listen closely to feedback, monitor outcomes, and make timely adjustments. In the full activation phase, we're looking for consistent, skillful use across schools and departments. This phase is about refining and sustaining what we know works, while continuing to collect data and scale success. Finally, in the last stage, we enter the monitor and adjust phase, where we ensure that effective practices are maintained and expanded throughout without compromising quality. This is not the end, but rather a cycle of continuous improvement. We institutionalize support, develop leadership capacity, and expand into new areas, all while staying true to our core strategies and values. So that just kind of helps you understand the phases of where we are moving towards. So as we think about the next 5 years, this is year 1. So as we plan out for the next 4 years, what we're going to highlight tonight is really the accomplishments that we have done this year. As I said earlier, 11 strategies. I want to give a shout out to Sasha and Samantha, who have been very supportive on the back end as we prepare for tonight. So they have created short little videos to highlight each of the strategies. So we're excited tonight to move into the highlight video reels, where each action plan lead or leaders will share their proudest achievement from this year. Again, 11 action plans. So think of this as Sandra Benita's version of a Netflix binge for the next hour or so. But the good news, right? The good news is every episode is packed with success, inspiration, and if you've ever binged on, these multiple episodes, good news is there's no cliffhangers here. So we're going to get right into it, right? So I want to thank you all in advance for your attention, curiosity, and your stamina as we present the 11 action plans in celebration of the successes that we have achieved this year. And I promise you it's going to be worth it. So I'm going to put my glasses on so I can read this. I'm going to kick us off with strategy 1, action plan 1. So strategy 1, we will engage families and communities to fulfill our mission. The plan is to plan and open a centralized family and community space or location to provide a welcoming, culturally responsive location where children, parents, schools, and community members are supported. You will notice the graphic on the bottom here, we are in that exploration and research phase. So I'm going to kick us off with the video, and then I'll speak a little more to the work that we've done this year. And all right, so strategy 1, action plan 1, gathering insights and shaping the future. So reimagining how we connect with families through centralized community spaces. Join us as we share our vision for a centralized community and family location that will transform how we serve the district. Before I go any further, I just want to say that Matt Beecher and I have the pleasure of presenting, but Matt Beecher and I are co-leading this strategy. So I want to make sure that I also acknowledge Matt. So this year we focus on understanding the current use and potential of our 3 family resource centers located at Battles, Adam, and Oakley. These spaces serve as Yep, you're good. All right. So these spaces serve as vital hubs for family support, from kinder readiness workshops to dedicated dads gathering and CPR trainings. Our partnerships with CalFresh, Family Works, and Behavioral Wellness help us offer even more services to the unique needs of our families. Currently, we have family programs. So at our family resource centers, we have served as vibrant hubs for connections and support this year. We've offered a wide range of programs, from kindergarten readiness programs to understanding IEP workshops to parenting classes, again, dedicated dads gatherings, family nights, movie nights, CPR training, health workshops, and resource navigation have all helped strengthen relationships and support the diverse needs of our families. These offerings reflect our holistic approach, supporting not only academic growth of our students, but also strengthen the well-being of the whole family. Community partnerships. In a second, make sure I'm on the right. All right, so community partnerships are also very important. Our district success is closely tied to strong community partnerships. This year, we've deepened collaboration with key organizations like CalFresh, Family Works, and Behavior Wellness, providing vital support in nutrition, family stability, and mental health. We've also expanded our network of partners, allowing us to better meet the diverse needs of our families and reinforce our commitment to supporting the whole child by supporting the whole family. We're excited to introduce our vision for a centralized community and family location or space, a one-stop hub where families can access district services, community partners, and expanded programming like workshops and parenting classes. With integrated support and a welcoming, inclusive environment, this space will strengthen how we connect with families and enhance our community or a commitment to student success. I'm going to move us along and then we'll take questions at the end. Up next is Strategy 2, Action Plan 1.
So, People and Assistant Superintendent Human Resources.
Samantha Scroggin, Public Information Officer.
We are here to present strategy 2, action plan 1, that we will recruit, support, and retain high quality staff by strengthening our brand in the educational community, highlighting the district's beliefs and mission, and ensuring that SMBSD is recruiting on multiple platforms and using multiple media to advertise our vacancies.
Yeah.
Nope. Okay, it looks good. All right. All right, and so we are wanting to looking at attracting top talent to the Santa Maria Bonita schools. We are expanding our reach all across California to build a team that champions equity and innovation. Our strategic recruitment goal is to strengthen our district brand by highlighting our values and our mission throughout California, increase our applicant pool, and in diversity by attracting high quality candidates across all positions, and also retaining our top talent by supporting and nurturing staff for long-term success. Our educational commitments are equity, so making sure that every student deserves a fair access to opportunities. Excellence, where we maintain high standards in all aspects of our education, Innovation and community, by building strong partnerships that enhance the educational outcomes. We've been participating in statewide recruitment events throughout Northern California, Central California, and Southern California. And these are just some of the areas that we have, I say we, but I will say Andrea Alvarez, our director in HR, has been landing or touring all spring. And our recruitment approach also is focusing on excellence, diversity, and engagement by attracting candidates who strive for outstanding results, building a team that reflects our student population, and creating meaningful connections with potential staff. Well, leave it to me to. And I want to invite Samantha to share a little bit more about also how we're getting the brand out there.
So I hope you all are following our LinkedIn, which we were recently able to reclaim. It had not been used in some time, and so we've started posting our job openings on there and our job flyers and had a lot of traction there, as well as our Facebook account, trying to really highlight the different jobs that are out there. Also, we're excited to share that we just launched our Instagram for the school district, which, as you know, is a great means of getting the word out about the recruitment. I'm trying to post really frequently. Sasha and I, our digital media specialists, are trying to produce lots of great materials and photos and really showcase just what makes the school district so special, which I believe is an important part of recruitment as well, just sort of showcasing how wonderful it is to work here and our quality employees that we already have.
And with that, we'll move on to strategy 2, plan 2.
Thank you, Dr. Salcido, the Director of Teaching and Learning Corps. I'm going to talk about strategy 2, plan 2, foster a culture of learning for all employees, both certificated and classified, by creating a support system that strengthens, that starts on day 1. All of you, I know all of you are intimately aware of all of the programs that we do to educate our employees. Nope. There it is. And we've done many board presentations about our various programs, but here's just a little bit of a highlight. You saw some pictures just now of New Teacher Week. We have a robust week-long dedicated teacher onboarding system that has been fantastic in getting all teachers new to our district, not just new to the profession, ready for what it's like to work in Santa Maria Bonita. This dedicated week-long teacher onboarding allows us the opportunity to set district culture through that orientation. We introduce the new teachers to the core values and the mission and vision of Santa Maria Bonita. We also build a sense of belonging and connection for them with our district. We get them ready to use our curriculum. We do an in-depth training on the adopted curriculum and the instructional framework. We do this to ensure consistency and alignment across all classrooms so that they are ready for day 1. It also helps us build confidence and competence in those new teachers, both those new to the profession and new to our district. We equip them with those essential tools, expectations, the support systems they need to be successful. And we really set the stage for effective teaching and student success. It is a core belief of our department that a thoughtfully designed onboarding week's not just about preparation. It's an investment in the teacher's confidence, instructional quality, and really results in student achievement. Throughout the year, we provide many opportunities for professional learning for all categories. This is ongoing. We evolve and adjust to meet those opportunities, to meet the needs of teachers with various opportunities. We really try to listen to feedback from teachers, look at their needs, interests, and goals. We have a variety of learning formats, from take and make to online, collaboration, coaching, a variety of formats to meet all of those learning needs. We also provide a diverse array of learning topics, really to meet the needs of teachers and really looking at that continuous professional growth while we work together to improve our instructional practices. Next strategy, strategy 2, plan 3.
Me again. All right. So strategy 2, plan 3, that we will recruit, support, and retain high quality staff by investing in staff throughout their career with SMBSD. Right. So investing in our staff through mentorship and pathway support, our comprehensive approach focuses on the mentorship, professional development, and clear advancement of pathways. The power of mentorship shows through our personalized guidance for our new teachers who receive tailored support from experienced mentors, professional growth with mentors who help identify strengths and areas of development, and continue to build their confidence with regular feedback that builds professional confidence and competence. Our teacher residency program includes immersive learning where the residents work alongside master teachers. They experience real classroom dynamics from day one with structured supports that includes regular coaching sessions that build essential teaching functions, and feedback is immediate and actionable, along with gradual independence where residents progressively take one more step each time through inquiring classroom responsibilities, and they develop their unique teaching style. The pathway support for all staff starts out with career mapping, with personalized career planning for each and every staff member, skills development that's targeted for targeted training to build job-specific competencies, advancement opportunities for clear pathways for promotion and growth, and leadership development, preparing staff for increased responsibility. And we're supporting all classifications, certificated staff, classified staff, and management. And on to strategy 3, plan 1.
Good evening, board. I'm Tammy Castillo-Schiffer. I'm the Director of Multilingual Services. And we're going to talk about providing structures for inclusive experiences. We're providing learning opportunities for our parents and guardians through parent education nights. So we offer programs that are designed to support our families' learning journey and increase parent involvement in our schools. Research tells us that parent involvement is one of the most significant factors in a child's success, and we believe in investing in our families. And this isn't with the purpose of us being the knowledge holders. It's really with the purpose of valuing the role of the parent in the education of their child. Some of the course offerings we have the PK program, the Parent Institute for Quality Education. What this program does, we have this at all of our junior highs, so the 4 junior highs and Jimenez. And the intention of this program is really to help parents engage and think about college for their student and how that pathway is really paved by their involvement. At the elementary schools, we have the Factor program, which is similar, but it really shows parents how they can get involved in the early part of their child's learning with the goal of college attendance. So kindergarten is not too early to start thinking about your child going to college. And then we also offer the PK Early Literacy Program for parents at all of the elementary schools, and the focus is on students in transitional kindergarten through 3rd grade. This program helps families to learn some of those strategies that they can implement at home to promote literacy with their children. This year, we offered Parents on a Mission at our junior high schools. This really provided our parents with the opportunity to try out different communication styles to really refine their own communication with their child and create that supporting environment. because we all know that adolescence is a difficult time and parents need skills. And so this provided a place and a space for them to practice those things. We also partner with many of our local community groups, but the Santa Maria Police Department has been an important partner for us when we talk about safety and potential hazards, because we know that taking care of our children is really a community effort. So engaging our partners so that we all know that we play a role in this important part. We've done workshops focused on safety and prevention. We just finished a series of 5 with the Community Services Department at the Santa Maria PD. We have Spanish-speaking officers who live and grew up in the community coming to talk to our parents to answer their questions in Spanish and English, and engaging on a personal level rather than it being an authority and someone who's in a submissive position. It's really a partnership, and the dialogue is just really nice to hear, and it's great to see that level of engagement. All of our parent education programs are built with the desire to be responsive to the needs of our parents. So we regularly gather feedback. Any of the programs that we have planned, there are surveys, and we ask our parents regularly if this has helped them and what we can do better and what they liked. These also provide the opportunity for parents to engage with us when they may not have an opportunity otherwise. So a night class, someone might ask a question that they wouldn't have the opportunity to ask during regular school hours, maybe because they were working. And so our staff is really well trained to make sure that we identify those needs and that we follow up. And then we're looking to develop programs. So our parent engagement and parent education program has not been the same every year, and that was intentional. We look to see what worked, we look to see what folks like, and then we try to develop programs to be responsive to the needs of our families. We're always, again, in that continuous improvement cycle. We want to get better at what we do, and part of that is taking in input from our families. We want to make sure that there's consistency district-wide. So I previously mentioned the PK programs at the junior highs and Factor at the elementary schools, and PK early literacy at the elementary schools. And the idea is that we provide a standard program with the opportunity to adjust and respond to the needs of the individual sites. So regardless of which site your child goes to, there will be parent education opportunities that are available. And of course, all of our classes are promoted district-wide, and any parent from any site can attend any one of those workshops. We try to provide some flexibility in the scheduling. Some of our programs are completely in person. Some of our programs are hybrid. Some of them are completely online. And so what this does is it allows the families to choose the program that meets their needs the best. And there have been some programs that were completely online, and parents have said, you know, we would really like a version of this in person, and we've responded by providing that in person. And then, of course, we want to make sure that our families have access to all of the resources. So by standardizing that program across the district, we are providing standard access to the resources that we have available. So access to our community partners and access to our district staff. That's it for me. Thank you.
Good evening once again. I'm here to talk about our strategic action to reduce class size. I mentioned earlier, as we were discussing and approving the Battles School project, that is a first big step towards accomplishing this goal. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about it, but I want to share the video with you, and that'll have the renderings of a couple of those classrooms. And I'm happy to go back in the video and try and pause it if you want to see it more closely. But of course, I'll be working with the superintendent to get something into the update this week. Wait, still good? Not now. I'm not going to pause it now. Okay. So obviously that is a really big step. And as I think about the way that strategics has been shared with staff, the way that we worked on it with the community and built it, and the messages that Dr. McDuffie continues to describe, and how what's captured in our strategic plan weaves into the choices we make. It's not a prescription. It's not a script. It's a guide that is a part of all of our choices. And so as we finished up the facility master plan, and as we began to move forward with, that's not me. And we began to move forward on our facilities. The choice we made to select Battle School was based on where can we add the most classrooms, where there is the most need, and get started right away. And there are obviously there's 21 different project plans out there within the facility master plan, but Battles provided the fastest way to get started. And so, and if you recall, which I don't expect you to, but if you go to the SMBSDplan.org and look at the spreadsheet that reconciles the ideal facilities from the facility master plan and the existing campus, we were fortunate. Battles had the largest deficit. I mean, we made that choice because of the factors I described, but it also had the greatest deficit between its ideal permanent facility and its existing campus. And so it ended up being right in the sweet spot for making being our first project. So we'll add those 5 classrooms. We'll modernize, if you will, replace 2 existing classrooms with the kindergarten TK compliant classroom that's described in the pre-K, TK, UTK funding program. But and then the other big part of that goal has been pursuing the acquisition of new property. The board has taken concrete steps to help us get on a solid timeline with a defined end to purchase that property. We continue to work in communication with the current owner to negotiate a settlement and an agreement on that price. And then also, we've identified an environmental consultant to go out there and test the property to make sure that it's suitable for a school, and if any changes need to be made, what that needs to look like, and then inform the design process. Based on the timeline that I kind of put together for the new school, we're already 2 weeks behind. Like tonight, we're 2 weeks behind. And so there's cushion on the other end, and we're going to have to squish other spots to keep up. But that's how far out these choices, these decisions, and these actions reach if we're going to open in 2028, 29. And then the final thing, because I didn't want to talk this long, but that often is the case where I end up finding other things I need to make sure and mention. Again, weaving our strategic plan into the choices we make. In this past year, as we prepared staffing and had conversations with our principals, we've broadened the participation in those processes to make sure that we're making the best choices possible with the involvement and engagement of the site principal to ensure that we put out the best staffing plan for that site. And sometimes that doesn't mean the smallest class size because they have to think about all of the things that they need on their campus. But it's a very involved process. We have multiple members from our educational services team, Maiju, Katie, Armando, Pete joins us, Matt Cameron, and student housing joins us. It's a broad group and a very rich and important conversation. So those are the things that we're doing in alignment with this goal to reduce class size and enhance learning and the inclusivity of all students.
Good evening, board. Dr. McDuffie. Armando Uribe, Director of Special Education, and I am the lead for Strategy 3, Plan 3. Ensure universal design for learning framework is used at all school sites in order to develop and maintain inclusivity of all students. So currently we are in the exploration and research stage. And we're going to show a little video. All right. Okay. So this year, we're really celebrating our inclusive learning and our journey through our UDL journey. This year, we've been participating in the Inclusion Network, which has been supporting our learning and deepening our learning in the importance of UDL. And we've established an Inclusion Network team here at the school site, here at the school district, sorry. We've also led an initial PD for leaders in order to solidify the importance of the UDL principles. SEO has also established an assistive augmentative communication, AAC framework that has allowed for us to provide universal access for students who have communication needs. We have been able to provide 55 students the ability to find their voice through the ability to provide them AAC devices this school year. Excuse me. SEO is also in collaboration with Teaching and Learning, Multilingual, and Student Services to initiate the planning for the district-wide training on UDL principles and strategies to help staff remove barriers and help develop student learning agency. UDL, what is this? What is UDL and what are the principles? For UDL, the goal for UDL is to develop learner agency that is purposeful and reflective, resourceful and authentic, strategic and action-oriented, through providing multiple means of engagement, allowing for multiple means of representation to provide access points for learning, and allowing for multiple means of action and expression that allows students to demonstrate their learning. Through UDL, we will take a student-centered approach in designing lessons and planning activities with learner variability at the forefront, thinking of ways to remove barriers to learning prior to engaging students in the lessons. UDL will equip staff in being proactive by providing accommodations and supports that will spark interest and engagement, enable access, and provide multiple ways for students to demonstrate their learning through providing students voice and choice, creating flexible learning environments, providing access to accessible technology, and access to personalized supports when needed. Helping teachers to deepen their understanding of the UDL principles will allow for students to gain multiple ways of access to learning. With learner variability present in their classrooms, staff will feel equipped to make student-centered decisions to provide access to learning for all types of learners: visual learners, auditory learners, kinesthetic learners, and digital learners. Looking forward, we are going to continue to solidify our role of nurturing the whole child, including students in inclusive environments by providing voice and allowing them to know that every voice matters, innovating by continuous improving our practices and continuing our professional development, and by celebrating and recognizing all achievements, both those of our students and staff in the classrooms and those of the people working behind the scenes to help cultivate the bright futures of our students. Thank you.
Good evening, President Cordero, distinguished board, Superintendent Dr. McDuffie, members of the cabinet, and our SMBSD community, if any are still watching on the live stream. Thank you for the opportunity to share and celebrate with you tonight. My name is Noha Kolkela. I'm the TOSA for Culture and Climate. The strategy I'm celebrating is Strategy 4, Action Plan 1, Nurturing the Whole Child, using a restorative lens in our approach to academics, behavior, trauma, and socio-emotional development. Restorative practices are deeply aligned and embedded within the UDL framework, and so I appreciate the UDL celebrations. And these practices, the restorative practices, evolve outside of the classroom across all tiers. And so we'll watch the celebration together. All right, so since joining, let's see, there we go. Since joining SMBSD 4 years ago, planting seeds for a restorative culture has been my passion, seeds that are rooted in equity, belonging, and community. You may have seen these links to some of the work that's been done already. They are here again for your exploration. The successes that we've had allow me to imagine a day when every student is excited to step onto our campuses where they feel ownership, agency, and love. Dr. Palmerston has shared this slide with you previously, but instead of digging into the links on this slide, I will use my minutes tonight to highlight 4 of my favorite celebrations. At Bonita Elementary, we led a full year dedicated to teacher choice in professional learning. It began by identifying a sense of belonging as an area of need from their panorama data. We then used a restorative lens to create 4 parallel PD series that focused on socio-emotional development, and that is also linked in the slides for you in more detail. Teacher shares included sentiments such as, in the beginning, it seemed like connecting social emotional learning to academics was not possible, but then I saw the positivity in everything we tried. The series concluded with a showcase where teachers shared strategies and collectively decided to make morning meetings, which are also known as community circles, an identifiable characteristic of Bonita's culture. Transferring this from teacher culture to student culture has created safe spaces in the classrooms. And so now students at Bonita say things like, morning meetings feel like family. And this year, teachers are seeing the growth from community circles to academic circles and even Socratic seminars. The second celebration is district-wide. We've offered voluntary PD series on how to use calm corners to integrate emotional regulation, self-monitoring, and social emotional development throughout the day. The series remains in high demand as we still have people on wait lists. Teachers report using calm corners to help with executive functioning, emotional management, student agency, and more. They called it the best PD at SMBSD. Truly enjoyable. Training that is essential for every teacher and tools needed for every classroom. And I promise this is not a commercial. The list does go on, and the full summary of teacher feedback is linked also in the slides for your viewing. Celebration number 3, restorative work being an antidote to trauma also means helping students reflect, repair, and move beyond conflict. An interview of some of our students, our At Promise students, is linked for your viewing. These girls were suspended at the beginning of the year, and they are all interested in STEM areas for their careers. And earlier this month, we took them on a field trip to Allen Hancock College to celebrate their growth and transformation. Then we are investing in expanding counselors' capacity as site leads for this level of work. And rolling out Second Step has been part of the proactive Tier 1 effort to strengthen socio-emotional learning across the district. And finally, celebration number 4, as community and well-being begins with our adults, the year with Principals and Leadership Academy began with a high energy and collaborative activity that resulted in shared community agreements that you saw towards the end of that video. And these include commitments such as listen to understand, share joy, take risks, build relationships, understand each other's story. Mistakes are okay. Laugh, love, and be vulnerable. The list goes on. And of course, it's not these statements that are most important, but it's the journey that we took together to create them. So to recap, restorative practices aim to transform communities. Overall effectiveness in a full rollout is then measured in academic success, increased attendance rates, and fewer suspensions. And with your support, we can continue to grow a culture rooted in community, connection, and belonging. Thank you. And now it is time for strategy 4, plan 2. Laura,
I think that's me.
that's you.
I think it's me. Thank you. Good evening. Well, I don't have any prepared remarks, so I thought we would just watch our first video together of the whole night, and we're going to sing to our favorite song together. And then I'm going to kind of update you from the last time that I got to speak to you in December. Very excited. Dun-dun-dun. All right. Let's see if I can get this back up right. What do you guys think? Oh. He's like, girl, I got you. So, I just wanted to kind of revisit, thank you, you're so handy. I just want to kind of revisit our initiative. I can't believe it has been almost a year since I was able to join this team. I've spent the entire year learning and growing along with our team and moving us towards our scratch cooking model. And so our nutrition initiative, as you can see here, is just to focus on supporting our students in their learning environment and providing more access to more cultural diversity when it comes to food, not only foods that our kiddos are used to seeing in their home environments and with their families, but learning about other cultures through food as well. I really like to focus on how our nutrition can help our learning connection here. We can't
fill their minds if their tummies are not full, because they're not going to be paying attention to anything that's going on in the classroom if the only thing they can think about is, I didn't get to eat today. So our job in our service area is to provide the level of support so all these wonderful initiatives and plans and strategies that the rest of my teammates back here are putting together can flourish and can thrive. Our current challenges this year has been low appeal of some items. I discussed that back in December, pardon me. Moving away from processed foods, we had a very limited variety, and we had a lot of high waste of items that students were not too happy with. But throughout the year, we have strengthened our farm to school partnerships. We've worked more on our scratch cooking journey. We have done some taste testing at sites cafeteria wide with our students instead of doing individualized small groups of kiddos, because it's easier for us to make changes quickly with that level of feedback. And our menu transformation that we've been going through this year, which some of those pictures highlighted, before we had a lot of prepackaged items, our limited fresh options, and after we're doing more from scratch, as were highlighted in the video. They were making chicken chow mein that day, very popular. Seasonal fruits and vegetables, the salad bar there at the end was all local berries that are grown here in our county, and our whole grains and lean proteins that we're heading towards. So these are expected outcomes for our area, obviously better health outcomes, academic performance. And when we all sit down and enjoy a meal together, there is a connection that happens not only amongst our students, but between our team and our students as well. We see reduced behavior incidences. We see better learning in the afternoon when they return from having a good meal that kept them going throughout the day. So that's the end of my part of the presentation. Thank you so much for having me, everyone. Somebody else is coming next. Here we go.
I don't want to go long. Hi, good evening. Jose Segura. I am coordinator of community schools. I want to start off by thanking you for hiring me. This has been an amazing year. And let's start with a video and then we'll talk about a few things. As you can see, that video was full of engagement, and which is really a big part of the work that I've been doing over the last 12 months. And so I am strategy 4, phase 3, plan 3, we will nurture the whole child. We will create community schools within the SMBSD. Community schools, engaging parents and building community. So together we are reimagining education through deeper community connections. This idea that we're on this collective journey, not just with our students, but our parents, our staff, administrators, classified, certificated, as well as our community partners, right? Not just those folks who we engage with through retail relationships, but those folks who exist within the spaces in which our schools thrive and live, right? Those businesses, the churches, the service organizations, they all exist within that space, and they can all become allies of the work that we do in public schools. So how do we do this? Well, we start by building deeper connections, engaging with folks, educating them on what community schools can be, and then most importantly, listening to parents, community members, students, staff across the board, asking them 3 key questions that Ricardo asked earlier of the students. What do you like? What don't you like? Right? And what should we keep on doing? And those are the things that we ask families and parents. What's working really well within your school? What would you change if you could? And what would you add that we're not currently doing? Right? How do those questions really are at the core of the hopes and dreams of our parents and our community? And so we focus on the family. parent study sessions, interactive workshops, sitting with parents and having conversations with them. Most importantly, having those conversations in their language of choice, trying to eliminate the need for interpreters as much as possible. Family events, informal opportunities to engage with parents and families. And nothing like being at a family game night, talking to a mom or dad about their students, what are the hopes and dreams that they have for those kids, and then more importantly, recording that information afterwards so that you can add it to the data that you're collecting. And then the one-on-one meetings, meeting folks in public spaces like grocery stores or soccer fields, and also just meeting them one-on-one on campuses and other places where families, again, staff, and also students are available to us. So how do we do all this? Well, community schools is the statewide initiative, right? And so one of the beauties of community schools in California is that there is statewide support for the work that we're doing. The STAC, or our State Transformational or Technical Assistance Center out of Alameda County Office of Education, they are there to support local educational agencies like ours with lots of resources. It's just amazing the level of support they provide. And then we have our regional supports out of the County Office of Education in Monterey. They provide us not only with technical assistance, but they provide us with workshops and opportunities to engage with other local agencies. You know, what are they doing in Alisal? What are they doing in Anaheim? What are they doing down in Whittier? We get an opportunity to actually see them in action. What do those community schools look like, and what can we learn from them? They also provide us with a lot of one-on-one support, actually coming to us directly, having really great conversations, being thought partners in moving community schools forward. And then the third bit is our state legislators, the idea that they had the wherewithal to pass the state budget that included grants for community schools. Either these are the CCSPP or the California Community Schools Partnership Program grants. And I'm sure all of you are aware that we were very fortunate. There was a decision was made that all 21 of our school sites were going to apply for these partnership grants. And in May, when the Board of Education met, they approved all 21 of our grants. In fact, we were the second highest grant recipient in the state of California for this fourth cohort. And so that's super exciting that we don't have to pick and choose our community schools across our 21 sites, that we can implement community schools framework across all of our schools, meeting them where they are, moving forward at a pace that works for them, works for their families, and works for their staff. First, one of the things we do now that we have these grants is identifying our early adopter sites. Who are those sites that are ready to go now? Again, meeting school sites and their staffs and their families where they are, not forcing anyone to move at a pace that is uncomfortable or outside their bandwidth. And so we have these initial conversations. We look at what are our community assets, and what are the elements within that community, that school community, that are going to work in our favor, and then putting together readiness plans for those early adopter schools. And then finally, the impact on our educational community, right? What is all this for? And it's about supporting our students, children receiving comprehensive academic and social and emotional support, really bringing together all the elements that you're hearing here in the room into the community schools framework, empowering our families not only to be engaged in schools, not just being thought partners in the work that we do, but actually empowering them to be part of the decision-making process. That leads to our strengthening communities, not just our school community, the folks within our school boundaries, but the greater community in which our schools exist, essentially transforming our schools into community hubs for inside the school day, outside the school day, inside the school year, and outside the school year. And this is the work that we're going to continue doing. Thank you.
And I'm back. Dr. Tammy Castillo-Schiffer, Director of Multilingual Services. This is Strategy 4, Plan 4. We're going to increase literacy skills for all students while promoting literacy in the student's primary language. And you started. Oh, okay. We'll start the video. It almost started going again. Okay. So we're supporting literacy and growth for all of our students. We celebrated bilingual literacy through art and storytelling, so the Multilingual Services Department. We sponsored bilingual literacy events with author and artist Simon Silva. He's been a partner of ours for several years now. These rich, culturally engaging experiences were planned across 8 campuses. So this included visits to classrooms, group assembly type events, and then parent events as well.
We'll also share quickly about the other ways we've been focusing on early literacy throughout the district, including the training that our teachers have done associated with literacy and increasing our student access to books.
So a little bit about the artist who came to visit us. Simon Silva, he is an author and an artist and an inspirational speaker, and you might recognize some of the artwork. But he came to speak to our students. He did classroom visits with newcomers. There was a cultural connection because Mr. Silva has an immigrant experience. He shared his journey as a bilingual creator, and he really wanted to inspire our students to tap into their own creativity. He encouraged them not to wait to become writers or artists. You didn't have to wait till you grew up to express yourself in that way. And his art really does reflect a lot of the, not just the traditional experience, but the modern Latino experience. The books that he read to our students were My Father Said, and that book is a very cultural book where our fathers show us that they love us. They may not say it, but they show us every day. And Gathering the Sun, this is a book that is a kind of a bilingual alphabet book dedicated to migrant farm workers and what they contribute to our communities and our nation as a whole. So the books were presented and read in both English and Spanish to the students, and it was really an amazing experience to see the students react and just really enjoy having those books read to them. In addition, each of the students who participated received a signed copy of the book, and as did the families to be able to take home and to practice literacy in both languages. Some of the key messages that he shared with our students were messages of perseverance, cultural pride, the value of education, and the power of being bilingual. Mr. Silva's art does highlight, some of his most recent art highlights some of the experience that our students have in living in the United States, some of the experiences of our families currently, and elevating those experiences and showing them in art really is a very reinforcing message for our students. This was really more than just an educational opportunity for our kids. It was really an opportunity to reinforce and affirm their identities. And the books that he shared, they highlight the struggle, but also the beauty of the Latino experience. His writings tell stories that reflect the lives and experiences of many of our students, stories of family, stories of resilience, hard work, and hope. I can't tell you enough how much seeing one's own culture elevated to the status of literature and art, how powerful that was for me, for our students. You could feel it in the room when the books were being read and when they were able to hold them in their hands. This really sent a clear message to our students that their story matters, their language matters, their traditions are valuable, and they have a place in the world of art, literature, and academia. It was very much a message that we belong. So thank you.
And though it's not quite as exciting as the bilingual literacy events, I would be remiss if I didn't mention 2 other significant projects we've been doing across the district to focus on literacy growth. Improving early literacy instruction has been a key focus of learning for our teachers. We have had teachers dedicate many hours to training through LETTERS, which is a science of reading focused instructional practice module, 2 years it takes to complete all of the training and become certified. In the first year, teachers engage in 65 hours of training, and in the second year, they engage in 45 hours of training, including giving up Saturdays to learn the key strategies that they need to implement within the classroom to help their students become great readers. So I really wanted to note that because our teachers have really dedicated themselves to that, and we're seeing a huge improvement in our students and their early literacy skills. We also, through a board-initiated movement, increased student access to books. It was a directive last year, and we really went after that. So we bought many, many books for all of our classroom libraries to be robust so that students have access to a wide variety of books right in their classroom. We also purchased many books to increase our site libraries to make sure we have a robust offering of books for our students to read at a moment's notice.
Thank you. I want to just acknowledge the team. So behind these leaders, they have a heavy lift that they're carrying, but behind each one of them, they have a full team of other folks who are also boots on the ground doing this work. And so next year, we'll bring the confettis, the music, the dance, and the whole party to the board meeting or maybe at a different event. So with that, from our beliefs, a unified community inspires hope and faith. What you saw tonight is really the first year of implementation of our action plans. We're not busy at all. We are not busy at all. At the same time, a lot of wonderful things are happening across all of our campuses, in each and every single one of our departments. What you saw tonight, what you heard tonight, though there are 11 different action plans, I hope that you also notice that there's a lot of overlaps, a lot of crossovers, because we need, again, a unified community for us to be able to do this work. You heard a lot about families and community partnerships, a lot of, and at the end, centering our students, because we wouldn't exist if our students don't exist. We are here in service of our students. There's a lot more work to do, but it's a lot of exciting work. I was having a conversation today with a colleague, and really, this is hard work. It's hard work, but it's hard work for all of us, because we wouldn't be here doing this work if we did not believe in our students, in our families, in our community, in our staff. And we thank you for your support each and every single day. So with that, are there any questions for this group?
Before we offer any questions, I would suggest that we acknowledge the work, the dedication, the passion to everyone that has been involved with that process. Questions?
Thank you for letting us know ahead of time that it was going to be, quite long.
Yes.
And I also think it's important to us to be, more humane with each other, because we've been sitting in this board meeting officially, right, since at least 6, for us, 5:15 or before. And so to go that amount of time without, intentional breaks, it's hard for anybody. So, thanks for those of you that are here in the audience presenting, and to the folks that may be listening at home still. So in a nutshell, one of the things that I really appreciated was hearing about the best PD. It's not often that our teaching staff say that phrase, because unfortunately we don't always get the best PD. It's not always student-centered and teacher-centered, based on the needs of teachers. So I'd want to know a little bit more about how we can replicate that, because we need to tap into that. There's something really important happening there. So can you elaborate a little bit more about what you know about that, or can we have the presenter?
Was that Katie? Or was that Noha?
How can we Yes, please. How can we replicate more of that? Thank you for this awesome PD. That is a phrase that I don't usually hear from teachers.
Yeah, no, thank you for acknowledging. This was in regards to the Calm Corner series. And it was very interactive, 3 sessions, and it was very relevant to teacher needs and what they're dealing with on a daily basis in the classroom, and really gave a foundation for a restorative lens. And it wasn't what they expected. They were coming in not knowing really what they were going to get out of this PD, thinking that they were just going to be given some kind of curriculum or a list of strategies. But it really started out with giving them a lens of how to understand behavior in the classroom, where it stems from, and understanding that behavior is a form of communication. And we took it from there, really expanding on different restorative practices, how to build community in the classroom, how to establish a culture of belonging in the classroom. And when something happens, how do you remedy that in a restorative way where you're not removing the student from their learning environment, but bringing them in, and using that calm corner as a space for emotional regulation. And so it was really just, we had a lot of conversation. They asked questions. It was very interactive. We gave them tools. We practiced with the tools, and it was a series. So it wasn't just like a one and done. And I do have to say that they want us back to continue the coaching and continue providing that support. So it's an ongoing learning journey for the teachers as well as the students.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hope I answered your question.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I also did want to, when Dr. Castillo Schiffer was talking about the Simon Silva work, I definitely resonated with that. You know, I felt like it sounded like our students and our families resonated with that. And that's what our families have been asking for, right, of us, right? They want materials that's connected to the lives of their students, that's relevant, it's engaging, it's educational, creative, it's all these things, right, that we've been talking about, nurturing the whole child. And so I want to commend that effort, because that's intentional. It doesn't happen by accident. And so I want to see more of that, so that our students are seeing more of themselves and being more inspired to continue their education. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Lo Chung Vu, and everyone else who participated in this presentation. Not only was it informative, but inspirational as well. So I officially acknowledge receipt of your presentation with much gratitude.
Thank you. Thank you.
And with that, we will move into board member reports or new business. I'm sorry. Is there any new business?
One suggestion that I have for new business is sometimes when we get reports on data, it's quite overwhelming when we get it all at once. But what I'm particularly interested in learning more about through a board presentation within the next few months is how many of our students are reading and writing at grade level, and what progress are we making in that area. So that's something that I would like to recommend that the board get a presentation on as an agenda item.
Mr. Hollinshead?
A couple of things. One, I spoke with a member of our staff who's a teacher of Spanish at one of the junior highs. And so I was hoping that Dr. Castillo Schiffer could share some information with us about how our Spanish students are doing in their placement at the high schools, how our DLI students are doing with that. I know pretty well. And I know that, as a matter of fact, how many passed AP exams? Yeah. So there's some really impressive numbers there, but but also in talking, with Mrs. Garcia, I heard a lot of other really positive stuff that I think, we tend to focus on DLI, and I think that would really be enlightening to hear what's happening at the junior high level with the Spanish classes, but also our other pathways. So if we could, at some point, I think that would be really great to agendize. And then I was going to ask the board to consider moving the July 9th meeting to July 16th. The July 9th board meeting to July 16th. I mean, you don't have to say it right away, but if you guys can consider that and then perhaps bring it back in the June meeting.
Hey, Mr. Lara. Okay, a couple of things. One related to the presentation tonight regarding our migrant students. And it's been quite a long time since I have actually seen the criteria that makes a student migrant now. I believe it has changed, so I'd like an update on that. And I know recently we had an incident related to kids on the bus and so forth. It didn't occur on the bus, but it made me think about we have a new bus service. I think this is the second or third year, and we're still trying to grow that, but I don't recall ever or having any information about bus drivers who may have issues with students on the buses. Is there a reporting system where they report to their supervisor within the company? Or do they report incidents to a school site? I have heard stories that, their students can be a little bit unruly and would just like to know how that is addressed in the interest of keeping everyone safe on our school buses. So, board reports.
Well, it's a promotion season. Back when I was at El Camino, it was 8th grade graduation, but we no longer call them graduations, right? It's promotions. And so I'm really excited about honoring our students and their families. I'll go as far as to say that even like an 8th grade promotion is significant in my community because, my parents were able to get to a 6th grade level of education and not in the United States. And so even though this is not a graduation, I think it is worthy of, significant of, having our students know that this is a stepping stone onto high school and to college, and to recognize that, I think is really important. So I hope that our students have a good time, and our educators and everybody that's a part of that success, that we celebrate those young people. And that's why I'm wearing my sash tonight, like I did last ceremony, because it makes the graduation ceremonies that much more significant when you honor your family, when you honor your culture. I was speaking to one of our Filipino educators recently, and she said that when she hears our young people, our student leaders speak in Tagalog, which is the language that she's familiar with, that she said it made it gave her like just a huge sense of, she said she almost started to cry because she's not used to hearing, her language validated in that way, in a public way. And I feel very similar when I hear our students speaking Arabic or Mixteco or Spanish, that we're a district that honors the cultures of all of our students. So I want to commend our staff for leading those efforts, encouraging those efforts, and that's what this, SASH represents, for me tonight. I want to just say thank you because I was able to attend a variety of different celebrations over the last couple of weeks. One of them was the 2025 education celebration that took place in Salvang. Some of our own staff members were recognized We're recognized there. This is a countywide celebration. We're one of the few counties, Santa Barbara County, that does a celebration of this nature. And so I think that that's really important to celebrate. So I thank our county folks for bringing us together to honor our educational leaders. Just yesterday, I was able to attend the Clear Credentials celebration, and it was really nice to see some of our educators that have been teaching for a while. They've now cleared their credential, and just being able to celebrate, those efforts, the ongoing education of our staff, I think is really important. We expect our young people to be learners, so we got to be learners too, and we got to model that. I also want to give some major props to the folks that work in our art programs. I had the opportunity to go and see the art exhibit called Beyond the Frame. It's an art show that took place in the Santa Maria Public Library. I'm not sure if it's still available, but I saw artwork there that I would much rather pay money for than some of the artwork I've seen at some of the fancy museums in Los Angeles and in New York. Sometimes people put a banana on the wall and it's worth millions of dollars, but our kids engaged in some legit artwork. And so I just want to really commend our teachers for helping our young people tap into that creativity and to display it, that it's worth, that our students' efforts are worth displaying and worth honoring. I also want to take a moment to appreciate our staff because recently, I believe it was our Department of Multilingual Services partnered with MyCop to provide opportunities to learn some Indigenous history. We know that that's a huge segment of our population. We know that we have gaps in our learning when it comes to meeting the needs of those of our community, our Indigenous families. And so I want to encourage all of our staff from the superintendent, assistant superintendents, his cabinet, our teachers, our principals, at every level, everybody that engages with our young people, our custodial staff, our food and service staff, to engage in this ongoing learning so that we're better able to meet the needs of our young people. And one of the things that I mentioned to Dr. McDuffie was, as a board member, I would like to engage in like a study session of some sort sometime in the next couple of months to model the fact that we as a board, and I personally as a board member, want to learn how to better serve our community. And I want to make sure I set that example. If I'm expecting other folks in our district to do so, then I want to do so myself. So I'm looking forward to having conversations about how we can engage in that learning ourselves. And I believe that concludes my comments for now. I want to thank everybody for a wonderful school year. We're so close, yet so far. I'm exhausted. So thank you. I hope you all get some good rest, spend time with your families, with your friends, take care of yourselves, take care of each other. Thank you very much.
I appreciate all of you guys' massive presentation as well. So I'm going to try to abbreviate or do an abbreviated version of what I was intending to say. But the gist of it really was around thanking, last meeting we had, the Day of the Teacher, and that day always doesn't seem like enough, obviously. But I really focused on Phil Leonard. But I wanted to thank all of our teachers, and I think some of the things you guys talked about tonight with their dedication outside of the classroom and their dedication to bettering themselves and better preparing themselves to serve our kids is emblematic of why I wanted to thank them for their dedication. Tell them that I admire them. I admire their dedication. I admire their professionalism, but I really, when I do go into classrooms, I love to see their artistry. I love to see how they practice. I love to see how they engage on a personal level and build community in their classrooms. And I think, some of the things that Noha was talking about tonight, I've seen happen at Bonita with the circles and what have you. And those are the beautiful things to see, is those interpersonal relationships. So I wanted to thank our teachers for that. I had some really great visits this year with Julie Denton at Miller. I did go to Bonita, and I observed Mrs. Gamboa and the PE teacher there, Emily Peck. She's a hoot. And then Sheila Gimignani, Mike Pope, and I did see Desiree. By the way, she's hard to pin down because she's running around during PE the whole time. So and then other classrooms. So just those few tangible periods were super rewarding to see what's going on our campuses. And again, I thank everybody for that. I wanted to give special retirement thanks to friends that I've made during the course of their career here. Marilyn Jackson, Luke Lowry, Lenny Clarity, and I'm sure there's others that I'm forgetting that, and maybe some I don't even know they're retiring. So I hope I didn't miss anybody. Just again, I'm sorry. In brief, I've been talking with folks outside of just our district. So students at the high school where I coach, teachers at the high school where I coach, and staff at some of the other high schools, and what we have talked about often is what we talk about a lot here, and that's college readiness, mindset about going to college, and all of us have addressed it this evening or at other times, and the numbers that they corroborated or that they talked about were a lot like what Mr. Valencia has talked about. Dr. Garcia at the high school district alluded to it. So we get a lot of kids that are a lot more kids now we have that are qualified to go to a four-year university, but the numbers of kids that actually do it is not changing very rapidly. And some of that is are things that are maybe out of our control, but there's still a lot of mindset I think that we can change that's within our purview in some of the settings we talked about tonight, and starting to establish that thought process, that mindset much earlier than waiting till somebody gets to high school. And some of that can be informed just the same way that Arinda talks to us about trying to backward map things. So it may involve thinking of ourselves as a TK-14 community, and and enlisting Dr. Walter and people at Hancock to tell us what they want to, what an ideal Hancock graduate looks like, and how we can better prepare our kids to go to Hancock and actually use that as a stepping stone, because they don't do that either, or very infrequently do that, less than I'm sure Dr. Walter would hope for. So one of the things that I would love to see is us continue to work on articulation, and really specifically in articulation of our counseling staff with the high school counselors. I know it's difficult for us to have A through G requirements at the junior high level. There's certification processes that are very extensive and exhaustive. But the success of our Spanish students has demonstrated that we can start to better prepare our kids for understanding what those requirements are and fulfilling them now, here, at a younger age, early on. And I think it's really incumbent upon us to do that. So I didn't fulfill my promise of making this short, because I'm going to keep going. Really briefly, I did see the same art show. Again, just like what Mr. Valencia said, that, and I think juxtaposed to what you showed, Tammy, with Simon Silva and his art, really demonstrates to our kids that there's something there beyond doodling, what I do all meeting long. So that it's a valid form of expression and a means of storytelling in its own, not just the literature aspect of it. And there was cultural relevance there, right? That the Fessler class is built around that. And so you see those things every year at Trader Joe's where they beat up their paper bags and they make it look like artwork, indigenous artwork from Mexico, right? But there was more to it than that. So I hope that Kurt Payne said that they're going to continue to seek to do that in the Shepherd Room each year now. I would like to expand to maybe theater, add those some other different forms of art. Again, art is more than just music class. There's all kinds of other things we can do, but I just wanted to appreciate Kurt for putting that together, and all the other art teachers at our junior highs that are just doing phenomenal work, and our kids for expressing themselves, because it was beautiful. So there's my short report.
I just have a short report. I did attend last Thursday the graduation of our credential students, the teacher residents. So 19. 19 of our students. It felt like they were the biggest cohort that was presented. So very excited for them. Congratulations, and looking forward to seeing them in the fall be full teachers. And that's it. Everybody else, enjoy the last 9 days of school. Counting down. Yeah, congratulations all.
I also attended the graduation of our 19 residents through Cal Lutheran, along with the induction ceremony yesterday for our 2-year teachers who participated in what used to be referred to as BITSA. There were 44 of them, and I believe all but one were from our district. So congratulations to them for their dedication, and it is very exciting or affirming for me to see that new teachers and those coming into the profession are receiving so much more support and encouragement in their pursuit, because we definitely need to continue to grow. And the fact that our district has invested resources in growing our own is a definite testament to our dedication to making improvements and meeting the needs of all of our students. It was also very rewarding. I attended both the SMEA and CSEA celebrations. There was lots of participation and excitement and employee recognition on many, many levels. So that is always a very fun and affirming events. Our track meet was spectacular. The weather was perfect because it didn't get sunny until a little bit later, so I didn't go home with a sunburn. I will be helping tomorrow at the Scholarship Foundation Awards program at the Fair Park, where students from North County high schools will be receiving scholarships. That's something that I've been participating in, I kind of think since I retired, but I don't want to tell how many years that is. Capital Facilities had a meeting this week, and it doesn't really come up for too much recognition, but kudos to our Mr. Beecher and staff for keeping us on the straight and narrow in terms of repaying our debt and moving forward with meeting the facility needs that still exist. And lastly, I know I've seen a couple of things about reclassifications ceremonies at a few schools, but I attended the one last night at Fessler for 88 students. It was very exciting, and while junior high students don't necessarily jump up and down with excitement, their families did. So that was heartwarming, and there will be another one tomorrow night at Fairlawn for, I believe, 108 students. So that should be a big event as well. So lots of opportunities for celebrations. We will be recognizing all of our retirees here next week on the 4th. And of course, our eighth grade celebrations for all of our students that are going on to high school. So it's a busy time. It's quite obvious from the presentation tonight that everyone has had a productive year due to the dedication and hard work of many, many people. I'd say everybody, but I don't know, that may be too cliche, but the majority of people. So thank you. Please do understand that while we don't always close our meetings with thank yous, but I believe that every one of us sitting here does indeed appreciate the efforts of everyone in this district who keep things running smoothly. And we are always on the road to continuous improvement, which is something I strongly believe in. Dr. McDuffie.
Thank you, President Cordero. It's late, and sometimes when it gets late, I get either real giddy and goofy, or I feel a profound sense of just emotion. Today, I feel that profound sense of deep emotion for Santa Maria Bonita School District. I feel very blessed to be here in this community and being a part of this community. I want to thank the employees here at Santa Maria, from the employees that are sitting out here in educational services and in human resources and business. The expression of our strategic plan, I really appreciate the work that you do each and every day. I've been out at school sites handing out anniversary pins, and I think I was at Miller on Friday playing basketball with some kids, and my knee still hurts, a little swollen from that, but I did have fun, and I felt like Shaquille O'Neal out.
Didn't seem to
Look for it.
interfere with your dancing on Saturday night.
That's right. We'll talk about that later, though. But really, I want to thank the staff, the people of Santa Maria. I do have something I do want to address, and that is one of our beliefs that we focused on this year is a unified community inspires hope and faith. And I want us not to just have that be something that is on a poster or in a plan. This is not a plan. This is something that I want us to continue to model. And it's the end of the year, and there's a lot of things that happen, things that are said, gossip that goes on, people that do not get along. This is not this. I want to say that, we say this because we want to aspire to be a unified community. It's not to say that we're there yet. Everything that we talk about and everything that you've heard presented in our strategic plan are things that we are continuing to aspire to. And it's not just continuous improvement. I would say it's continuous creation. What can we create for ourselves and our students in this community that is better? But we have to begin to think about and model the words that we talk about. It's like the game changers here, the students at the beginning of the meeting, like are okay. So I want people to think about how they talk to each other and how we talk to each other. And gossip, it creates and it can undermine an organization and the effectiveness of and spirit. As we reflect on our mission, our belief that a unified community inspires hope and faith. When we're united, we create an environment where collaboration and just thrives, and our collective efforts are amplified. And we can't be divisive. We can't make up stories. We can't attack each other and think that we're going to come together for our students. And I think sometimes that happens. We have to feel comfortable when we don't know something. We have to foster an environment where we ask questions. We're able to talk to one another directly. It leads to understanding, and it builds stronger relationships. Okay, sorry. Ultimately, everything that we do, every individual from board member to cabinet member to educational services to everyone to our custodians, every individual is here for one purpose, an extraordinary purpose. And we have that within our mission, and that is to ensure that each and every student discovers their passion and purpose, that they flourish, exercises self-determination, and develops the skills to reach their maximum potential. Now, again, this is not just words on a piece of paper. It has to be what each and every individual believes. And I tell you that I believe that we can get there here at Santa Maria Bonita School District. I love this place. I love the people here. And I want us to check each other. Check each other. Don't get involved in conversations, and don't get involved with negative talk. If you don't understand something going on, go to that person. Go to someone and ask and get clarity, get understanding. We need more of that in this world. And we can start here at Santa Maria Bonita. So that's all I have before I start crying here. That's all I have. Thank you very much. Happy birthday, upcoming birthday to one of our board members, Luz Maria Cabral. And that's all I have.
Well, before we close our meeting tonight, I just want to take a moment. At our last board meeting, we acknowledged a couple of people from our school community that had passed. And since that board meeting, another longtime employee who had been retired has passed. And I just feel a need to acknowledge Catherine Bernard for her many, many years of dedicated service to our district. And with that, we are adjourned. Our next board meeting will be June 11th at 6 p.m., which is the day after our 8th grade recognition ceremonies.